Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. We're into day 4. The state rested yesterday. Not quite sure what the defense is going to do, if they're going to pull up, have Matthew take the stand, if they're going to bring in any witnesses. We're not sure, but I am actually kind of expecting them to rest today as well. So thank you much for joining us. We'll see. We could be into verdict watch even. Well, it wouldn't be a verdict watch per se because the judge, it's a bench trial, so it would be either straight to a verdict or she takes time to deliver a verdict. So we'll see. But I have something really interesting to play for you guys. Let's see. So was it What the Healer? I think I can say that. What the Healer sent this, and I'm going to play this for you guys. This is the Cobb County. Let me come over here. Cobb County Medical Examiner's Office. All right, so let's check this out. I thought this would be an interesting way to open up the day. Right? Let's check this out. What the Healer sent this. All right. So let's before we start this, it's 13 minutes. Let's just say hello. Dina, good morning to you. JRN, good to see you. Richard. Kimbers, good morning. Michelle. Sharon, good to see you. Let's see, who was first in chat? Looks like Sherry M was first in chat. Kathy Davis, Allie B, good morning, good morning. Jennifer King, good to see you. Kimbers and Deviant. Red Snap, hello, welcome in. Tammy, good to see you. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for joining. Kathy Davis, Jennifer King. Sarah Morgan, good to see you. Brat, good morning, good morning. Let's see, who else is taking their seat today? Jenny G, good morning. Sarah Morgan, good to see you. Sherry M, so many do Facebook Live. Yeah, we've streamed to Facebook as well, but generally we're just on YouTube. Iowa Backyard, good to see you. Good morning. Let's see here. Red Snap. All right. Audrey Chance, good to see you. Joy, good morning to you. Gretchen, thank you for joining us. Jenny Lynn and Carol coming in. Cindy Davidson, Mary Fitz, Twinkle Bells, thank you for joining us. Sharon Kirkland. Hey, Gordon and Pammy, thank you for joining us. Dina, good to see you. Now, you like this color? It's very bright. It's much brighter. At least the computer makes it much brighter. Just a Girl Baking, good to see you. Angelique and Deb, good morning, good morning. All right, Amber Fox, Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Gordon. All right, you guys, Fanny and Sharon TH. All right, let me play this because it's 13 minutes long. All right, so here we go. This came in from What the Healer.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gullidge, and I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Cobb County. We're about to take a walk through our new Medical Examiner's office and get a chance to see where the doctors and staff of the Medical Examiner's office work. So when our transport service or other transporters bring us a new case, they come into our Sally port where the decedents can be offloaded and put directly into one of the coolers. As we walk through, our system is designed to be very wide, where we can manage 2 cases at once, somebody coming in and leaving, or 2 cases coming in, or 2 cases leaving. The cases are weighed on our floor scale and then would be put into cooler. In the mornings, those cases will be brought out. We work 24/7, 365. At any point, we're capable of responding to a death, no matter where it is in the county. And at that point, the next day, we will bring out the cases that have been brought in over the previous day for an examination. We do exams routinely 6 days a week, and sometimes 7. All of our entries into the morgue go through a biovestibule. Our morgue is considered a biohazardous area because each decedent may have diseases that we don't know about. So as we walk into the morgue, the main autopsy room, you can see we have 4 autopsy stations that are routinely used. The video monitors on the wall are designed to project x-rays, whole body x-rays, so we can see the decedent all at once. The surgical lights are there to provide additional lighting inside the decedent in dark areas that the standard lighting is not able to reach, or to provide additional light to any other point that needs to be there. We have a body lift directly above that is capable of lifting up to 1,000 pounds. We haven't had a 1,000-pound decedent, but we've gotten quite close. This allows us to manipulate them without hurting ourselves. We store all of our tissue and toxicology samples on site. However, our toxicology testing is done at an outside laboratory. Very few of our tools are particularly specialized. We do use a bone saw, which is similar to a cast saw, but otherwise we use scissors and knives and forceps, just like some of which would be at home in a kitchen, most of which would be at home in a surgical pathology or a hospital pathology room. When we look at advances in forensic pathology over the past 100 years, probably the largest advancement was the power bone saw. Refrigeration and radiographs have been around for much longer than 100 years, but it's important to realize that as a forensic pathologist, our most important tools are our eyes and our brain and our hands. There is no magical device that you can stick a decedent into that tells you the answer. The answer is discovered by learning, by seeing, and by doing, not by some analysis done by a machine necessarily. But we do have a really spiffy new machine that I'd love to show you. Radiography has been around for over 100 years, but whole body radiography has not been. It's only been around for the past 15 years or so, maybe a little bit longer. It was actually developed as part of a South African diamond mines protocol for doing radiography on diamond miners, because as it turns out, it used to be quite common to steal diamonds by swallowing them. But since they're radio-opaque because they're so dense, it meant that diamond miners got radiographed quite a lot. So this company developed a whole-body radiograph system for diamond miners, and then found a good way to change it so that it was useful in the forensic setting and in the trauma setting. So this is the forensic model of our Lodox, which does an entire whole body x-ray in 14 seconds. And we use that for all of our trauma cases and all of our gunshot cases and anytime we think we'd like to see an x-ray. So it gets routinely used quite a bit. We're going to move into what is our special autopsy room, and our special autopsy room is used for cases which may be infectious, which may be decomposed, but we also have a station in here to work with skeletonized remains or neuropathology. And as you can see, working right now on a skeletonized set of remains. Obviously, not all of the bones are here, but a fair amount of them are. And so we will be determining the height and the sex and the race of this decedent based on skeletal characteristics. There are charts to measure the length of the femur to help determine the height of the individual. There are methods that we can use with the pelvis to determine whether the decedent is male or female. And there are cranial characteristics that help determine race or racial origin. As you can see, this is a single autopsy station and is used for, like I said, infectious cases. We do have the capability to broadcast to an observation deck for police officers who need to be present for their autopsy. We can keep them safe while we do it. This isn't a general education tool. It can be used for medical education, but we don't have a sign-up list for who gets to come watch an autopsy because that's not very respectful to the decedent. So we're back in the main autopsy suite. And to just sort of wrap up, forensic pathology is a unique position in government. I like to say that the medical examiner's office sits at the intersection of public safety and public health. So over the past year and a half, we've all been very concerned with the public health crisis that has been going on in the world. And the entire time, the medical examiner's office has continued to work to identify potential infected individuals who are dying as a result of their disease and certifying their deaths appropriately. But at the same time, we're still responsible for assisting public safety with determining whether a deceased individual is the victim of a crime or whether or not the death is natural. So without the medical examiner's office, the police wouldn't be able to do their job when it comes to investigating deaths. Without the medical examiner's office, public health wouldn't be able to do their job with accurate certification of death certificates and determination of the prevalence of disease in our population. And as rarely as we interact, without the medical examiner's office, the district attorney probably wouldn't really be able to take a homicide case to trial because there's too many unanswered questions without the medical examiners becoming involved in the case. So in that unique position, we work very closely with the district attorney. We work very closely with all of public safety. We work very closely with all of public health, and provide information to those organizations. But beyond that, we're involved with the local hospital's trauma service in giving them feedback on ways they can do better, or how they did good in the process. We're also involved intimately with organ donation and procurement, making sure that life-saving organs reach the people that need them. We also work very closely to get tissue donation, corneas and bones to people who need them. So the best thing about my job is that I don't do the same thing every day. Some days I'm in here all day, and some days I'm working with the health department, or working with the police department, or working with the district attorney to try and make sure that the information we have found is making it to the people who need it. And of course, daily we work with grieving families to make sure that they have the closure that they need for their loved one. Thank you for taking a walk through our morgue with us.
So that's interesting, right? That was from What the Healer. And thank you for sending that to us. So, very cool. So that is Cobb County Medical Examiner Facility. That is where Justin and Amber went to be viewed, I guess. I'm not even quite sure what's the word. Studied. I don't know what's what is the word. What's the word I'm looking for? So that's where Amber and Justin, after they were shot, that's where they went to be studied. I don't know what's the word. What is the word? I'm not even quite sure what. Yes, What the Healer. Thank you. Yeah, the diamond miners, right? That's how they came up with the full body X-ray. I thought that was fascinating. So thank you for sending that to us. Very cool. Processed, maybe. Yeah, is that the right word? Examined, maybe. Gordon, right? Examined might be. All right. We'll go with examined. Autopsied. Yeah, I was trying to be sensitive to it. I didn't want to be like, you know what I'm saying. I wanted to be sensitive to it. So yes, to be studied, examined, autopsied. We'll go with that. All right, so we have a feed, but we don't have, it's just a thumbnail right now. So court is supposed to be starting now, 9:30 here on the East Coast. It's 9:33. So yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. So thank you for sending that, What the Healer. Thank you. Really appreciate that. That was a good one. All right, so we're just waiting for court to kick in. How's everybody doing today on a Thursday? Happy Thursday to everybody. So the state rested yesterday. They rested after 16 witnesses, and the defense should be, they're going to determine if they're going to call Matthew, right, to the stand. So we'll see if he takes the stand or not. And then are they going to call any of these psychiatrists that interviewed him, evaluated him? Because apparently he had like 3 or 4. That's never a good sound. He had 3 or 4 psychologists, maybe psychiatrists. I'm not quite sure what the breakdown was. Evaluated him, and are they gonna call them in? Because he's not doing any kind of a defense of insanity. Not guilty, reason of insanity. He's not going with any of that. His defense, the opening statement was the CIA and the FBI had, did this, or they framed him, and we're going to see evidence to that. So is the defense going to pull up some information on that? We have to wait and see. Good morning, Betsy Jean. Good to see you. Sherry K, how are you? Mrs. Baba Yaga, good to see you. Let's see. Rentia says, poll if Matthew is going to take the stand. Yeah, we could do that real quick. Let's do that real quick because we're going to find out like within minutes. So let's see if he'll take the stand. Will Matthew take the stand? I'll just go with a yes and no. We'll just go with a yes and or no. All right. Will he take the stand? New poll for you, chat. Will he take this stand? I want him to. I want him to because that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Yeah, 321. I'm really looking forward to hearing about the FBI and the CIA. Me too. Narcoleptic, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Cindy, the term is post-mortem examination. There you go. Thank you, Cindy. Appreciate that. Yes. This is where Amber and Justin did a post-mortem examination. Well, they had done to them a post-mortem examination. Kelly, I think he will, but shouldn't. All right, looks like we've got a feed here. And let me do this. Let's see. Trying to chase that around. Just bear with me for a minute while I sort this out. Okay. All right. Good morning, Mrs. Baba Yaga. Good to see you. Did the MIB get involved? Not as far as we know. Hey, Barry. Like Sarah, I think he would have to so that door gets open to present his CIA FBI theory, if that's what he insists his lawyer goes with. I don't know if he's capable of, I don't know. I don't know if he's capable of saying to his lawyer, this is the defense I want. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like he's got the wherewithal to tell his lawyer, this is what I want to do. Hey, Mama C, good morning to you. You know what I'm saying? All right, we got some kind of movement going on. So yesterday, Mr. Barry said, which is the defense lawyer, said that he still has to talk to his client about taking the stand. So hopefully they had that conversation, and we will find out. To me, he's going to be like Carlos Dominguez. When Carlos took the stand, he was very catatonic. He would answer questions like this. He'd be like, yes, no, yes. You know, he was also very camera operator. He was also very catatonic. All right, this camera operator is having a moment. Marentia says, yeah, 4 years has taken a toll on Matthew due to his own making. Hey, Hector's mom, good morning. 321, no one could be worse than Dima. Yeah, that was a train wreck. But, you know, part of me wanted him just to be able to tell his story. You know, part of me just wanted him just to be able to tell his story as much as it was going to be off the, whatever it was going to be. there's still a part of me that wanted him just to be able to tell a story. And I kind of put that on the feet of his lawyer. I think his lawyer could have asked him questions. I don't know. I don't know about that. I do still wish he had able to tell a story. It may have been a bunch of lies. It may have been some truth. I don't know, but he had something to say, and I kind of wish he had I wish he had that opportunity too. He kept going off the rails, but it seems like he had something to say. And granted, it may have been just a bunch of lies, but it seems like he had something to say. And I wanted to hear it. But, yeah, it is what it is. Jenny Lynn says, I wanted to hear a story too. Jenny G, I agree. I feel like he should have been able to talk more. 321, yeah, I really did want to hear a story. Still do too. I'm thinking of writing to him in prison. Now that'd be interesting. Sherry, he needed to tell his story. I hope someone will listen to him, a therapist or doctor. Tosh, me too. Yeah. Dima was from another culture. Absolutely. Linda, I agree. I would love to have heard a story. Mi Cazador, good morning to you. He just couldn't express himself properly. I don't know. So anyway, let's see let's focus on this trial. Let's see what, if Matthew takes the stand, if he can get out more than, because it seems, I was going to say get out more than a couple syllables at a time, because it seems like right now he's just a blank. He's a blank stare, blank slate, whatever you want to say. All right, for those coming in, we have a poll going. Will Matthew take the stand? Not do you want him to, but will he take the stand? 26% are saying yes, 74% are saying no. And I really, really, really wanted to hear from a glass expert, because there were shards of glass found on the soles of his shoes. That, to me, absolutely places him there. I mean, he already admits that he was there at the time, so right there, that's pretty big. The casings match his 9mm. What else? We see his car there. We see his car at that time, which has been 9:55 to 10:10. We see his car there. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I am the presiding judge for this bench trial, the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 229-00922. We are present here in the open courtroom. Present in the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Judge. Great. So, a couple of procedural matters I do have, which I'd like to give you all copies of the verdict form. So, Madam Clerk, if you could hand that to both the state and the defense so that they can review that for the court. Oh. I don't have a chance to review, but I just want to give you all a copy to review. You can keep that copy.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and yesterday, before we adjourned for the day, the state did rest on their case, and so, Mr. Berry, I will allow the defense to proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I have spoken with Matthew about whether he would wish to testify, who should wish to not testify, the court would want to ask you
Yes.
about that, at this point, you do not want to testify.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Berry. There are a few questions that I would like to ask Mr. Lanz to inquire about his decision on whether he wants to testify or not. And so, Mr. Lanz, if you raise your right hand for the court, please, sir. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you will give to this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No comment.
Okay, can you put your right hand down for me? Mr. Lanz, do you understand that you have the right to testify, and if you want to testify, that no one can prevent you from doing so?
No comment.
Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, do you understand that you have a right to not testify if you do not want to?
No comment.
Do you understand that you and not your lawyer must personally decide whether you will testify or not?
No comment.
Do you understand that if you do not testify, then upon your request, the court will not use your decision against you?
No comment.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you will be examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the assistant district attorney?
No comment.
Do you personally want to testify or not?
No comment.
Attorney Berry, do you stand in your place as an officer of this court, as well as Mr. Lanz's representative, that you have spoken to Mr. Lanz, that you have presented him with the option of whether or not he has the right, or he has the right to testify or not, and all of the issues or concerns with whether he does or does not testify, and also informed him that if he chooses to not testify, then the court will not hold that against him, but if he were to choose to testify, then he would be examined by you as well as the assistant district attorney. Have you spoken with Mr. Lanz and discussed all of this with him?
I have judged that it's his wish not to testify there.
All right, thank you. Are there any witnesses that the defense wishes to call?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
That's rest.
all right. Can I have the attorney's approach?
All right, so the defense is going to rest. They aren't bringing up any. They're not bringing up any witnesses. No comment. So he can clearly understand what the judge is telling him, asking him, but going with no comment. I mean, dude, just be like. So is he going like a Darrell Brooks, where he's just like, you know, he's so over the whole procedures, or Daisy? What was that guy's name? He didn't even show up. Tyler Daisy didn't even show up to the proceedings. The whole trial lasted, and he wasn't even there. So, no witnesses from the defense. So we're going to go to closing statements. We could, if the judge doesn't need time, we could have a decision by noon. Then we have to decide what we're going to stream next. Gulp. So I think he's on medication. I believe he's on some medications. And that's Amber's father. I don't see Justin's father, Timothy. Oh, here we go.
All right, before we move into closing arguments, are there any other issues or concerns that we need to deal with?
Just for the record, I think we would be to direct the verdict based on fact.
Okay. All right. Having heard the evidence has been presented here, the court is going to deny the directed verdict if there is enough evidence, at least for the court to consider a judgment in each of the counts that have been presented before the court. Right.
I believe this is unnecessary.
All right. So, state, or do you intend to do an open and close, or are you going to waive openings as far as the closing arguments are concerned?
Yes, Your Honor, we will waive the opening and just reserve closing.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Barrett?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm not going to belabor too much the evidence, but there are some concerns that the defense has, and I'd like to go over those with the court. And I think it's important to let the court know in the statements that Scott and Teresa Lanz made and the telephone calls that the state through the Celebrate found. I think it's important to know that Mr. Lanz, Scott Lanz, was residing in Washington because he worked there. I think that was brought out. And he had called his son the night before, called Matthew. Matthew indicated that he would be coming home. He did not come home, according to Teresa Lanz. And because of the fact that he didn't come home, like her husband told her that he might.
Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty hearing you, Mr. Bailey.
I'm sorry. What
I'm having a little difficulty hearing you.
I'll move this over.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Because of the fact that Matthew did not arrive, she became concerned again calling. And because of the fact that he did not respond, she and her daughter both began to call and were not able to get a hold of Matthew. I wanted to make it clear that there was nothing said concerning the fact that she believed that he had committed these crimes. She went there because of the fact that she felt that she needed to do a safety check on him. She hadn't been able to get a hold of her. So I wanted to make that clear in the beginning. We'll start with the crime scene. When the officers came to the crime scene, the first thing that they noticed, of course, after Mr. Hicks, the father, had noticed the back window being broken out, the officer came, and I remember seeing on the video that he took his baton and broke out a good bit of the window. There was a lot of jagged pieces still in the window. I questioned him about the area that he would have to climb through. He said, well, I have on a jacket, so I felt it might be unsafe to try to get him without knocking over the glass. I think that becomes important because you can see the size of Matthew. He would have had to step over that area and not be cut from the glass. Didn't attempt to knock out any more of the glass, so it would have been difficult to get in that window without either cutting yourself without breaking some more of the window out. When they got into the residence, the items that were collected were the 3 shell casings. The officers looked for footprints, fingerprints, all manner of trace evidence. None of the trace evidence was found. They didn't find anything that would tie Matthew to being inside that house. As a matter of fact, the report heard the shell casings were tested, and there was no DNA of Matthew found on the shell casings. So nothing that was found at the scene would tie Matthew to the interior of that scene. As a matter of fact, the only DNA that came off of the shells was the child, Jacob's, which we could see that most of those shell casings were probably moved around by him. We saw in the bathroom that the toilet seat was up. There was some toilet paper on the floor, and it appeared to have other items there. When I asked the officer if it's possible that he could have flushed those shells down the toilet, the officer indicated that might be possible. Shell casings were never found in Athens or any other place. So as far as count 13, I don't think the state has carried their burden on proving that those shell casings were taken from the home. The next area of concern, of course, is the firearm. It does have Matthew's DNA on it. It's a little confusing, the manner in which the gun came to be in the possession of the father. He indicated to the police that the clip for that gun and the gun itself were in the coat pocket, and they did retrieve it. But there was no testimony that I can remember whether there was a clip inside the gun at the time that it was collected. So I'm not sure whether there was a clip ever found in the gun or not, or whether that clip actually fit into the gun. That becomes important because the state wants to try to tie the clip that they found in Athens that had, I think, 5 shells missing. Of course, Matthew in his statement indicated that he had been to the range and fired the gun, but they did not pinpoint exactly when that would have been. Or where he had gone to the range, and they had been able to find out as they asked that information whether in fact he had or not. The bullets were the SIG 9mm. When I asked the officer, he said those were very common 49mm. The next item that we're concerned about is Detective Smith's testimony about the headlight signatures. He indicated this V signature that he saw. Questioning about the signature, he did not know what kind of vehicle that Matthew Lanz had. He said, I don't know what kind it was. I was only concerned with whether that particular vehicle fit what I saw on the road. So he was not able to testify that all 2008 Lexus would have that same V signature, or whether there's any other vehicles that might have that V signature. Not just that particular, it's not like a fingerprint. It's a V signature from the headlights, but we don't know how many other cars there may be that has that particular type of V. The other area that Detective Smith talked about was the floodlights that he saw coming on and going off. And as he testified at 9:31, the back floodlights came on. They came on again at 9:55, and again at 10:08. We found through the Celebrex that Ms. Hicks had been on her phone at 9:59, which is about 4 minutes after the back floodlights had come on. We don't know much about those back floodlights because nobody tested to see how long they would stay on or what range they had when they did come on, which is very important because if in fact they are saying that the person went in at 10:08, we don't have anybody coming out after that. If they went in to the house at 9:55, they would have had to have been in the house for 4 minutes in order for the Hicks to use the telephone. So that wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. So begs the question, did somebody go into the house earlier in the day and was laying in wait for them to get into the house and get comfortable before they made their move? So it's an interesting question, especially the fact that you don't see any corresponding exit floodlights, because any movement either in or out should show. It's interesting also that the car that they're indicating was Matthew's passed by a neighbor down the street at 10:11:32, which is about 1.5 minutes from the 10:08 going into the home, which meant that a person would have to get in, knock the window out, step over a gate, which the gate was up, apparently. You will see that the gate is pushed from the living room back rather than being pushed from where the person came in forward to be able to get to where the shots were fired. So, how would a person accomplish that? Get back out of the house, get to the car in a minute and a half. It's pretty difficult to be able to do that. We know that there was a lot of glass that was knocked out. We asked about the clothing that Matthew had on. There was no glass shards found in any of his clothing. There was no glass shards found in his vehicle. We don't know whether the shoes that he was wearing was what he was wearing supposedly the night before. We do know that he had to walk a mile or so, maybe 2, to get to the home in Sandy Springs that he was ultimately arrested. We don't know whether he picked up any glass shards on that trip from where he left his car. And we don't know whether these glass shards would match with the glass, double pane glass that was apparently there at the Hicks home. So there was no comparison of the glass shards to see whether or not they might be similar or the same, or whether it was pieces of glass that came out of a car window on the side of the road. So we don't have any other glass shards that had been found. And the state made a point to indicate that he had put his phone on airplane mode to avoid people knowing where he was. That wasn't done until 10:15. Doesn't make much sense if you don't want people to know where you're going, then why not put it on airplane mode when he was going there rather than when he was leaving? Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. What's concerning too is that if you break one of those panes of glass out, obviously, I asked the officers to make a lot of noise. They also had a dog that, of course, heard in the video that went crazy when the officer came in. With the knocking out of the glass and the dog barking and the light coming on, apparently Mr. Hicks didn't have enough time but to stand up, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense either, which might be something to consider, whether somebody could have come into the home at an earlier time and laid in wait. We can simply ask the court to look at all the evidence in the case, and I know the court will, and to evaluate that evidence and testimony, and to render a verdict that speaks the truth. That's all that we can ask. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Attorney Berry. Committee Green, you may proceed with the state's closing arguments.
most Americans these days have iPhones. And one of the reasons that iPhones are so popular is because it has the feature of memories. This is what the memories may have popped up looking like on Amber's phone back in October of 2021. But November 18th of 2021, Tuesday of this past week, 4 years to the day, this is what those memories would look like.
Hey, baby, how are you? Oh, okay, come here. Come here. Hey, how are you? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I want to play with this kid real quick. Yeah, I'll play with you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on.
That was the Hicks' home sweet home. The home that they moved into on September 5th, 2021, believing that they were moving into their dream home. This defendant on November 17th of 2021 shattered those dreams and shattered little Jacob's world forever. This is State of Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. Your Honor, we're here before you with 13 counts of this indictment, each of which we will go through. The defendant is charged with malice murder, felony murder, home invasion, aggravated assault, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, cruelty to children in the second degree, and tampering with evidence. But this case is best told by looking at the timeline. So I want to go back through that timeline, starting on November 17th of 2021. We started this trial on November 17th of 2025, 4 years later. If you go back in time, this is what happened on November 17th of 2021. 7:09 p.m., Justin, Amber, and Jacob arrived home. You remember the testimony that Amber had to send her car to a mechanic shop, that Justin picked Amber up and that Jacob was with them. At 7:09 p.m., this is the last known footage of the three of them alive together. Unknown to Amber and Justin, their killer was en route. By 5:57 p.m., we know the defendant was driving from Athens to the Marietta area or Acworth. We know that because on his phone, there's a 1 minute and 58-second phone call with his father. And if you remember, his father stated to law enforcement that the defendant called him and was at a gas station heading home on November 17th of 2021. At 9:20 p.m., Lanz drives down Verbena in his 2008 Lexus GS and enters his driveway. And here's the video clip showing as his car drives down the street. We know that's his vehicle because of the headlight comparison or the headlight signature. He then pulls down Verbena and enters his driveway, which is also located on Verbena. Now, it's very difficult to see in that region, but you'll see some flashing light ever so subtly in that area that's circled in yellow. And that's when his car is pulling into his driveway. And again, we know this because there was 2 SUVs that followed behind that proceed and pass that camera at 5050 Verbena. We then know not between 9:31 p.m. and 9:32 p.m., Lanz is walking around the rear and side of the Hicks' residence. We can see that the side floodlights illuminate, and then we can see the infrared camera being illuminated as well as he gets close to that side door. We know at 9:32 p.m. he then proceeds back towards his residence. This is the one camera view that's slightly better, where you actually can see him walking along the roadway back in the direction of his family's home. Between 9:43 and 9:44 p.m., you can again see an individual walking towards the Lanz's property. Now here it's much more difficult to see because of that reflection, but you'll see movement proceed until about this area here, at which point he seems to return back towards his residence. And then at 9:55 p.m., Lanz triggers the side lights again, this time to carry out these executions. You can see movement and shadows reflecting from that light. The floodlights have gone off by 9:59 p.m., indicating that Lanz is now lying in wait in this porch area. But we know that Amber's still alive. We know that at 9:59 and 37 seconds, she loves the comment by her friend, LOL IDKY, but I'm craving it. And she loves the next comment at 9:59 and 40 seconds. Olive Garden it is. At 10:10 p.m., we know that these executions are done. Sometime in that 10-minute window, Lanz executes Amber and Justin, who are completely unaware and defenseless, on their couch in their locked and secured home that they have just purchased 73 days prior. And then he leaves. Just like that. The floodlights come on. He walks towards his residence. And it's over. All with little Jacob alone in his crib. Lanz's vehicle is then captured at 10:11 p.m. As he leaves out Delphinium onto Bellsbury, and then he drives all the way back to Athens, an almost 2-hour drive. And during that time, he puts his phone in airplane mode. It is not a coincidence that his phone is in airplane mode in approximately the same amount of time it would have taken for him to get back to his apartment in Athens. He puts his phone in airplane mode at 10:16 p.m. and he takes it off of airplane mode at 12:43 a.m. November 18th of 2021, the day after the murder. 9:34 a.m., this is the call that's
I
made.
just want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times that we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. According to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
Okay.
That call was placed by Ashley Hicks. They had gone to the residence because it was extremely unusual for Amber to just not show up to work. So unusual that her employer had already called both her father and her father-in-law. Within 10 minutes, police arrive on scene at 9:43 a.m. And of course, immediately upon arriving to the scene, they make entry and they find that Amber and Justin have been executed and they're lying in their blood on the couch. Within 1 hour and 40 minutes of police's initial arrival on scene, before police have even made entry into the home, before police have even confirmed that Amber and Justin are deceased, Scott and Teresa are calling their son. So that 1 hour and 40 minute period is really much shorter. Because Scott and Teresa wouldn't have known what the police knew immediately, and they certainly wouldn't have known before police ever even made entry into the home or laid eyes on Amber and Justin. So that 1 hour and 40 minutes is probably closer to an hour. Perhaps less. And they're immediately calling their son because they know he did it before any details or any facts have been released to the public. That is their first thought. The neighbors are done, our son must have done it. They knew what happened in this case before any law enforcement ever knew they existed. Teresa Lanz is so concerned that she drives all the way to Athens to lay eyes on her son and confront him about these murders. Keep in mind, it takes almost 2 hours to get to Athens. That first phone call that they make to him is at 11:24 a.m. and within 30 to 45 minutes of that first call, Teresa's already getting in her car. Whatever she had planned for the day, whatever she had going on was not as important as laying eyes on her child because she knew as a mother, having motherly instinct, that her son committed these murders. She arrives in Athens at 2:14 p.m. We know this because she tells law enforcement she calls when she gets there. She's banging on the door so hard that this defendant thinks that she might actually break the lock off the door or the chain off the door because she's that upset and that concerned. Teresa goes in the home and she finds the murder weapon. Now, of course, she doesn't know that's the murder weapon initially. But she sees the gun. She sees it by his bedside table on the floor. She described that there was 2 magazines. She said one was in it, well, not really all the way, but it was hanging out of it, and the other one was next to it. That is how the gun was initially found. Next to his bedside table with 2 magazines, one of which was in the gun. And we know from the evidence in this case that the one in the gun would have been the one with only 12 bullets in it. Ultimately, even though the defendant doesn't want to relinquish his firearm to his family, he does, once his dad gets there. His dad that had been in D.C. and traveled all the way home and got picked up by his daughter and drove straight from the airport all the way to Athens to be a part of this conversation. His father took the gun but left behind the magazines, which the defendant then tells law enforcement are inside his desk drawer. November 19th of 2021, 32 hours after these murders, At about 7 a.m., perhaps a little bit earlier, he travels back to Atlanta again. He travels back to Atlanta again. This time, he ditches his car around 5665 New Northside Drive, which is in Sandy Springs. And you can see from the map there that this is just off the highway. I mean, this is just coming off the ramp from 285. Now, ultimately, this dispatch about the burglary comes in at 8:45 a.m., so we know that whenever he leaves the car, it's a little bit earlier than this, which is why it was probably a little bit earlier when he left Athens, probably sometime in the 6 o'clock hour. We also know from when the search warrant was executed on his vehicle that there wasn't really any gas in the car at all. In all likelihood, his car ran out of gas. So was this where he was planning to go? We don't know. Or was it that he was taking 285 from 316 to 85 to 285 to 75 to get back to his residence? Or maybe go look at what's going on at the Hicks' residence. We don't know. But certainly this is on the way back towards Acworth. But he ran out of gas. So he leaves his car, he cuts through the woods, and he ends up in someone else's home at 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Sandy Springs. And that's when the dispatch call was made for Sandy Springs officers to respond, around 8:45 in the morning. By 6 p.m., with the assistance of Sandy Springs, the dominoes then fall into place. The pieces are then put together, and that is when everyone learns that Matthew Lanz was responsible for these two murders. Now, there's two checklists that I always like to go through in criminal cases, because it really boils down to two things. Number one, were these crimes committed? And number two, did the defendant do it? Those are the two things we're really looking at. And of course, Your Honor knows better than anyone that the state has to prove each element of each offense beyond a reasonable doubt, and we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant was the one who committed those crimes. So I want to start with the checklist of the crimes themselves, starting with malice murder. Of course, Your Honor knows that the state must prove the defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Malice aforethought is simply the unlawful intent to kill. So how have we proven malice in this case? How has the state proven that this defendant had an unlawful intent to kill Amber and Justin Hicks? Of course, we can look at both a deliberate intention to unlawfully take the lives of another, and we can look where there's no significant provocation and all of the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. Your Honor, this is so malicious that we have both types of it. This is implied malice and this is express malice all day long. Executing a couple who is watching TV in the comfort and safety of their own home is as malicious as it gets. If this here isn't malice, then malice doesn't exist. If that is not malice, malice does not exist. Now, while premeditation is not required, we certainly have it here. Lanz arrived at 9:20 p.m. and he executed Amber and Justin at 10 o'clock. 40 minutes thinking, contemplating, stalking. Count one. Did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, by shooting Timothy Hicks with a firearm? And count two, did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, by shooting Amber Hicks with a firearm. The malice is there, Your Honor. This is the timeline showing the malice. He arrives at 9:20 p.m. Between 9:31 and 9:32 p.m., he is creeping around the Hicks' back and side yard. Between 9:43 and 9:44, he is again creeping around the Hicks' residence. At 9:55, he makes entry into their backyard and proceeds to sit there and watch at those Christmas lights, waiting until the time was right in his mind to break the window and immediately execute them so fast that they didn't even have time to respond. By 10:10, he's leaving the Hicks' residence. 10:11, he heads back to Athens. And 10:16 to 12:43, he has his phone in airplane mode. This is proof of malice. He had so much time to think about what he was going to do, and he still did it. You had 3 9mm casings recovered on scene and 2 projectiles. You have 5 total gunshot wounds. These gunshot wounds are consistent with the 2 of them sitting there on the couch, again in the comfort of their own home, watching TV. And when Justin heard that window smash, he got up and started peering around to see who was breaking into his home. And as he's peering around and looking, he gets shot here in his side, and it comes out his stomach and ultimately hits the ground. He then starts coiling as Matthew Lanz is continuing to approach on him. He gets shot in the right arm and then gets shot in the back of the head right here and crumbles because he would have never moved again. He got up to see what was going on, but he didn't even have a chance. Guns all in their home. To defend his baby and to defend his wife, and he didn't even get a chance. And Amber, she certainly didn't get a chance. She still has the blanket tucked under her foot. And you heard the doctor testify that it was consistent with her being crouched like this. The gunshot goes into her forearm, out of her forearm, into her thigh, out of her thigh, and stops at her stomach. And in order to get that headshot, where it has an angle, it has a clear angle, she's probably like this, closing her eyes, not wanting to look. And he just executes her. He shoots both of them in the head. You have 2 projectiles that were found in Justin's body. One from his head, where he had his head turned because he had started to coil, and it stops at the other side of his head. And then one from his chest, because the gunshot wound that went in his right shoulder stopped on the left side of his chest. And you had a projectile in Amber's neck from the shot that went in here and stopped at her neck. He talks about he almost got brainstemmed. Well, he brainstemmed Amber. And I think he wished it worked on him. 5 total projectiles were recovered. We know there were 5 gunshots. He executed them. He shot them both in their heads in the comfort of their home. And then he kept the gun, he kept the magazine, he kept the rounds, and he just put it in his desk drawer. It was just going to go about his time. He stalked, he waited, he hunted. He drove almost 4 hours total to execute 2 innocent human beings, a mother and a father. That is malice murder. And the state has proven malice murder beyond reasonable doubt. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. Of course, the underlying felony charges here are home invasion and aggravated assault. For home invasion, as Your Honor knows, the state has to prove the defendant without authority and with the intent to commit a forcible felony therein. Of course, here we're talking about aggravated assault. And while in the possession of a deadly weapon or a firearm, he enters the dwelling house of another while it's occupied by any persons with authority to be present therein. The language of the indictment reads, did unlawfully without authority with intent to commit the forcible felony therein, to wit, murder and aggravated assault, while in possession of a firearm, to wit, a handgun, a deadly weapon, enter the dwelling house of another, to wit, the Hicks residence located at 5059 Verbena Drive, Acworth, Georgia, while it was occupied by Timothy Justin Hicks, Amber Hicks, and Jacob Hicks, persons with authority to be present therein. And then the corresponding felony murder count reads, while in the commission of a felony, to it, home invasion as set forth in count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. And count 4, while in the commission of a felony, 2 home invasion as set forth in count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Your Honor, this is a home invasion. There was forced entry into this home. It was without authority. The defendant was armed with a firearm. We know this because he had a firearm. He killed Justin and Amber with a firearm. He had the intent to commit these forcible felonies of aggravated assault and malice murder because he sat there and thought about it over and over and over until he felt like the time was right. That's exactly what he set out to do. It is exactly what he did do, and then he fled. The state has proven felony murder and home invasion. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. This defendant shot Amber and Justin multiple times using his Zev Technologies OZ9 firearm. That's an aggravated assault. Count 8 reads, did make an assault upon the person of Timothy Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to a handgun. Count 5 is the corresponding felony murder count while in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault as set forth in count 8 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Count 9 is the aggravated assault count with respect to Amber Hicks, did make an assault upon the person of Amber Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to a handgun. And the corresponding felony murder count while in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault as set forth in count 9 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Here is the evidence of the aggravated assault and felony murder. It was his Zev OZ9 firearm, 5 rounds fired into Justin and Amber's body. We have 9 total holes within their bodies. 9 total holes, 5 gunshots, but 9 total holes that this defendant put into their bodies. We've proven aggravated assault and felony murder. Possession of firearm during commission of a felony, as Your Honor knows, the state has to prove the person has on or within arm's reach of his person a firearm during the commission of any crime against or involving the person of another, which is a felony. The way it's charged here, we have murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the second degree, which are felony crimes. For count 10, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm. To it, a handgun during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Timothy Hicks. Count 11, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm. To it, a handgun during the crimes of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Amber Hicks. Your Honor, you have the gun in front of you. This is the gun that took the lives of Justin and Amber Hicks. It's his gun. He possessed it. He brought it into their home. He is guilty of possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Cruelty to children in the second degree. The state must prove that the defendant caused cruel or excessive mental or physical pain to a child under 18 through criminal negligence. Criminal negligence is an act which shows a willful, wanton, or reckless disregard for the safety of others who might reasonably be expected to be injured by the act. Executing a mother and father in a home that is filled with baby toys, baby gates, baby locks, a baby monitor right next to his mother's hand. And you sit there and you shoot that mother in the head, absolutely shows a willful, wanton, or reckless disregard for the safety of others who might reasonably be expected to be injured by the act. Any human being knows that slaughtering 2 parents in a home with a child creates a reckless disregard for the safety of that child. Your Honor, that is common sense. The way the indictment reads on count 12 is that this defendant did, with criminal negligence, cause Jacob Hicks, a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by leaving Jacob Hicks's deceased parents inside the home of said child, resulting in the 2-year-old child being alone and unsupervised for approximately 12 hours, during which Jacob Hicks was unable to feed himself, unable to change his diaper, or get the attention of his parents, causing him excessive physical and mental pain. Your Honor, Jacob cuddled with his dead parents. He cuddled with his dead parents. They were dead in his house. He came down the stairs and he crawled in their laps. We know this because there is blood all over his little Mickey Mouse pajamas. It is on the front, it is on the back, it is under the arms of his shirt. It is impossible to get that amount of blood and in those locations without having cuddled and crawled on his parents, desperately trying to get his parents to acknowledge him, not understanding why they wouldn't. He brought his parents toys, trying to get their attention, putting a plane on his daddy's lap, a plane that could not have been there until Jacob came downstairs, bringing his mom a ball, bringing her a monster truck, doing everything he could to get them to wake up and pay attention. Because in a child's eyes, in a 2-year-old's eyes, the world is all about them. And when they wake up in the morning, it's all about them. Let's start the day. The first place any child goes when they wake up is to their mom and dad. That's what Jacob did. And when he couldn't get their attention, he started bringing them toys. He played with the very bullet that robbed him of his mother, that robbed him of his father. Because there is no way that that projectile would have landed there but for Jacob picking it up. How do we know this? We know this because we have 5 projectiles. 3 of them were recovered at the medical examiner's office. So 2 of them were left on scene. One of them, if you recall, was right in between Amber's side and her arm, which was likely that bullet that went through her, well, was the bullet that went through her forearm into her thigh and stopped at her stomach. Because that's the only bullet that didn't remain in her body. The other one went into her head and stopped at her neck. Justin had 2 gunshot wounds, both of which the projectile was still in his body and was recovered by the ME's office. The only other projectile was the one that went in his side, out his stomach, and hit the floorboard right next to Jacob's little fire truck that he was driving around the house that morning. He picked it up and he moved it. He played with it. Why? Because it's shiny and it's new and he's never seen this thing in his house. He was literally playing with the bullet that killed his parents. And carrying glass around the house, because you have a massive shard of glass right next to this projectile, a shard that could have not possibly stayed on the defendant's clothes when he broke through the window, but that Jacob would have picked up and played with. Because once again, in a child's eyes, these are new items in the home that any child wants to explore. He didn't have any way to feed himself. He didn't have any water. He had an extremely soiled and sagging diaper that you can see on all the body cameras. And again, the most traumatic of all of this is that there's hours of trying but failing to get the love and attention of his parents. Now, we have no way of knowing what time he may have gone downstairs. We don't know if he woke up after hearing those gunshots and came down the stairs and then cuddled up to sleep on the couch with his parents, or whether he didn't come down until the next morning. But what we do know is the very latest possible time that he was awake and downstairs was 6:16 a.m. We know that because Justin's phone activity sensor log that's been presented as evidence. And we know that the timestamps on that are accurate because if you recall, at 7:07 p.m., there's logged activity from Justin's device and we see him physically getting out of the vehicle at his residence for the last time. We also know because if you look further back in that data that's been tendered as evidence, you see that Justin was extremely active throughout the day. And you heard from Tim Hicks that he was at home on baby duty that day. It was his day off. Thank God he spent his last day with his baby at home. But we know at 6:16 a.m. Jacob is now touching that phone and carrying it around the house. And I highly doubt that when he came downstairs, the first thing he did was take the phone. This was probably after he had been trying to get his parents' attention and family. We also know that Jacob took that phone and moved it around the house because ultimately where it was found was on that baby gate, which had been knocked over by the defendant, happened to be right next to his toy ambulance that Jacob also placed there. He even pulled the glasses off his mom and dad's faces, not understanding why they would not respond. Amber's glasses would not have fallen off her face like this, getting shot in the head. It just wouldn't have happened. And we know she was awake because at 9:59 she's loving comments in her girl's text thread. So it's not like she had fallen asleep and somehow they fell off her face. Jacob climbed on his mom and literally took the glasses off of her face to get her attention. 2-year-old children only care about their parents' attention. It's the only thing in the world that really matters to them. And he was so desperate for attention that he climbed on her lap and was touching her face, desperate for her to open her eyes because of what that defendant did. And then when law enforcement comes in the house, there's Jacob, and he now has his daddy's glasses. And you heard from Tim Hicks that he wore glasses when he watched TV at night. And Jacob has pulled the glasses off his daddy's face too. Even the defendant expressed remorse for this. He didn't care about the fact that Justin and Amber were killed. But when it came to Jacob, and when it came to him believing Amber was pregnant as well, he cared. He cared then, and he recognized that that was messed up. He recognized that that's as cruel gets. And that's the only thing he felt bad about. He himself knows that he is guilty of cruelty to children in the second degree. Finally, tampering with evidence, the state must prove that the defendant, with the intent to prevent the apprehension of himself or obstruct the prosecution of himself, he knowingly conceals physical evidence. Count 13 reads as follows: did knowingly conceal physical evidence, to which shell casings, said evidence involving the prosecution of the offenses of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, with intent to prevent the apprehension of and obstruct the prosecution of said accused, to which said accused did remove shell casings from the murder scene so as to avoid apprehension and otherwise obstruct the prosecution of himself. These officers tore this house apart. I mean, they tore this house apart. They looked in every single nook and cranny. They moved furniture. They moved the rug. They did everything to locate those casings, and they did. There were 3 casings found, and that was it. Now, why he didn't take the time to get the other ones, maybe he got spooked. Maybe the dog started barking at him. Maybe Jacob came downstairs. We don't know. But he decided he needed to get out of there. So he only took the 2. But he is guilty of tampering with evidence. We don't have to prove what he did with those items. We don't have to prove if he threw them out the window or whatever he did with them. So taking a pause here, are the crimes themselves really in dispute? They're not. They're not. I mean, the crimes occurred. We all agree the crimes occurred. Even the defendant agrees the crimes occurred. He said somebody murdered them, obviously. And they're like, okay, well, you murdered him, Mr. Lanz. He goes, I don't know what you want me to say. Whether or not he wants to admit he did it, he recognizes that somebody committed all of these crimes. And so the only real issue is, did this defendant do it? We know the crimes occurred. Did this defendant do it? We told you at the beginning, Your Honor, that there were three main pieces of evidence we wanted you to consider. That was the digital evidence, the statements, and the forensic evidence. Now, one thing we do not want you to consider regarding his guilt or innocence of these charges is his brother's past behavior, his own past behavior, or his subsequent behavior. And I want to explain that. Your Honor knows better than anyone that you are here to consider the evidence concerning these crimes in this bill of indictment and not past acts or subsequent acts. The only reason that those instances were even mentioned during this trial is because they were inextricably intertwined with this case itself. The only reason we ended up being able to really solve this case when we solved it is because of Sandy Springs. Because when Sandy Springs conducted their investigation and they realized his parents lived right next to the Hicks' residence where there was an open double homicide investigation taking place, they reached out to Cobb County. You heard during the interviews, everything is inextricably intertwined such that you can't even separate the two. And the only reason that his brothers mentioned is really through the defendant himself. And talking about his brother and talking about the fact that he still thinks that those residents at 5059 were in some way terrorizing him or something along those lines. But we want to make it clear that in no way, shape, or form are we trying to argue propensity or bad character or anything else, because the reality is there is no propensity here. We are not saying there is any form of propensity here at all. These crimes should be considered as an isolated act that happens to be incredibly evil, with the only possible explanation that this defendant provided is those homeowners used to terrorize my brother and there were some demonic lights, which came from this defendant as really the only possible motive, as though he's seeking revenge, although he won't say those words himself. So looking at that timeline, again, we know that it's basically just a 10-minute timeline. We know when Justin, Amber, and Jacob arrived home. We know when the rear floodlights were triggered at 9:55. 4 minutes later, Amber sends her last text ever. The rear floodlights are triggered again, and then the delivery is made. Again, this is the last time. Look at Jacob running in the house, so happy to be home with his mommy and daddy. You have the last two text messages, and this is in UTC, the adjusted time, I believe, is on the exhibit there. And then you have the delivery that's made a few minutes later at 10:17 p.m. That's a typo there. But at 10:17 p.m., which we see that notification come through on Justin's watch, which was plugged in his bedside, because it was nighttime and they were watching TV. And then that package that was never obtained. So we know that whoever triggered the floodlights at 9:55 and 10:10 committed these murders. We know that because there's no way someone broke in after 10:10 and did not trigger those floodlights. There's no way that when text conversation continues with Amber's friends and she's just not responding, there's no activity. Justin's phone never moves again until 6:16 a.m. We know that whoever triggered those floodlights at 9:55 and 10:10 committed these murders. The defendant's vehicle was on scene during the precise window of the murder. How do we know? Because we see his vehicle drive down Verbena. We see that his vehicle is the only one that doesn't actually continue past 50-50 Verbena, and instead you see some reflection from where his residence is. We have the headlight signature, which is abundantly clear, particularly in the fleeing the scene immediately after these murders. Watch it again and look at that headlight signature. We We have the defendant's firearm. This firearm sitting in front of your honor, which was purchased by the defendant, absolutely, positively executed Justin and Amber. We know that. The test-fired projectiles from the ATF matched the projectiles recovered on scene not the projectiles, the casings. The test-fired casings matched the casings recovered on scene. All right, defendant Lanz purchased this firearm 1 month prior. Okay, he had this gun in his possession 1 month prior on October 13th of 2021. And we know it was Matthew Lanz himself who purchased this firearm because they took a copy of his ID. And we have the receipt. He spent almost $2,000 cash buying this gun that he would then execute 2 innocent people with. All of which was unknown to his parents and against their wishes. You heard Scott Lanz, he did not like guns. Not at all. And when they talked about, well, why did you take that gun from him in Athens? Why were you so concerned? He said to police, he was going to shoot himself or someone else. That was this defendant's father's concern. His own father admitted that was a concern, which is why he took the gun from his son on November 18th of 2021. The magazine that held the bullets that pierced Justin and Amber's body was found in the defendant's possession, in which the defendant admitted these were his. One of those, which again is sitting before your honor, was missing the precise number of bullets used to carry out these executions. A capacity of 17 bullets in each of these magazines. One of them only had 12, which is the exact number used to kill Justin and Amber. And again, Teresa Lanz admitted that when she first arrived in Athens, that magazine was in the gun. Now, she didn't specify how many bullets were in each magazine, but she specified that one magazine was in the gun and one was lying next to it. The defendant has the exact same type of ammunition that was used to kill Justin and Amber in his possession. And that same type of ammunition was found in the magazines. And you had additional ammunition found in the gun box. The gun box that he had shoved into some bag and then shoved into some storage box. But he also had in his possession. The defendant's DNA was found on the murder weapon. We know this, and that's not a surprise. And Scott Lanz said, yes, my son had that gun. Teresa Lanz said, yes, my son had that gun. They took it from his possession. So it's really not shocking that his DNA is on it. He bought it. We know he possessed it. But he also used it to kill Justin and Amber. Look at his clothing. He had glass in his shoes that were collected from Sandy Springs. And again, why is this Sandy Springs thing important when it comes to the clothing? Well, number one, he had just numerous layers of clothing on. And you have those photographed, pants upon pants upon pants, shirt upon shirt upon shirt. Multiple layers. He was never going to cut himself, even if he even if he threw himself through that window. He would have never cut himself. Not with the amount of clothing that we know he was wearing 32 hours later. But also important about Sandy Springs is he didn't break glass in that home. There is no broken glass, which makes this shard of glass so important. Had he broken some sort of window or door or lamp or whatever in the home, this would not have been as significant. But there's no glass in Sandy Springs. There's no explanation for why he would have glass shards in his shoes. Another reason that clothing is so important when it comes to Sandy Springs is this lack of GSR evidence. It would have made no difference. Testing his clothes, his hair, his hands, anything would have made no difference because we know he was shot. If he had GSR on his person, on his clothes, on anything, at the point in time that Cobb County learned of him, it would have had zero significance because he had been shot. which is why it was so important to explain that and explain the sequence of events, to explain this investigation and the findings here. The defendant's cell phone, again, he puts his cell phone into airplane mode as he drove back to Athens. Why? Why do that? Well, the only explanation is because he told his dad, hey Dad, I'm coming home. I'm at a gas station. It's 7:57 p.m. and then not showing up. Instead, deciding to execute a mother and father on the couch and then going, I should probably take some steps to cover up. Not only should I take at least the casings I should find, but I should put my phone in airplane mode so they can't get any data off of it. The defendant's statements, he admitted he was on scene that night. That is so, so important. He put himself there. Now, interestingly enough, his timeline that he provides, which is quite precise, is exactly 1 hour off. It's exactly 1 hour off. He says, I got there at 10:30 p.m. and I left at 11:15. Well, no, he got there at 9:20 and left by 10:10. Now, this is November 21st, November 17th of 2021. Not long after daylight savings. So I don't know, maybe he hasn't changed his locks in his car. I don't know. Or maybe he was just being very precise in his timings, but didn't want to give up the fact that he knew exactly when he killed them and needed to adjust his timeline a little bit so it didn't seem like he committed the crime. But either way, it's just so interesting that not only does he put himself there on scene, it's around the right time. And it's for the right amount of time. Because he's ultimately there for 50 minutes. He puts himself there for 45 minutes. Same thing. Now in his story to police, he says, well, I got so tired when I arrived at my parents' house that I have a key to that I'm just going to drive 2 hours back. I'll take a cat nap in my car for 10 to 15 minutes, then I'll smoke a cigarette, and then I'm just going to drive back because I'm exhausted. I mean, that makes no sense. None whatsoever. He then admitted that there was some sort of bad vibe, which is what caused him to drive all the way back to Athens, never telling his parents he was home, never trying to get in the home, never stepping foot inside his home, and then not wanting to tell his parents he had been there either. I mean, keep in mind, the parents go there immediately and they're like, what have you done? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't tell anyone I'm here. I'm in Athens, right? But then he tells law enforcement, oh no, I was home for 45 minutes, but I just never went inside. Why lie? When asked, well, if the neighbors were killed, why would they have been killed? He said it probably had something to do with the demonic lights. You heard that interview. You heard the Sandy Springs portion and the Cobb County portion. Because Sandy Springs had already started that conversation. And throughout all of that, he keeps talking about these lights. The flickering lights, the demonic lights. He's fixated on it. And he talks about it over and over. That's the only thing he'll really say as it relates to the Hicks' residence is the lights. Again, the defendant's parents traveled separately an hour and 45 minutes after hearing of Justin and Amber's death. I mean, this was immediate action on the part of his parents, specifically because they wanted to confront him about whether he committed these murders. Scott Lanz said on scene when they went to the Lanz's residence at 600 Delphinium, and they're talking to Scott Lanz outside, right? He tells law enforcement, Teresa called me about what happened here. The first freaking thing for some reason that came to my mind, and then he trails off. You can't understand the rest of that statement, but you can fill in the blank. Teresa called me about what had happened, and the first freaking thing that came to my mind, that's what this defendant's own father said. And in that same body camera footage, his father says, we tried to have a chat with him, point blank level with us to say, was he involved or was he not? He was very, very, very sketchy. He wouldn't answer. He said, Dad, I didn't murder anybody, but I was not convinced. There was suspicion. His own father did not believe him. During his interview, during Scott Lanz's formal interview with law enforcement, he says if the bullet matches, he's done. Well, the cartridge cases did match. They matched the firearm that Scott Lanz took from him on November 18th of 2021. His parents want to believe that he's sick or mentally ill. You heard his mother say that repeatedly during their interview. Wanting to believe he's insane, and that's reasonable. That is completely reasonable because it is unfathomable to a parent to accept that their child could be so evil. That is unfathomable. But at the end of the day, they still knew what he was capable of and what he did. And Your Honor saw his Google search history. One day before these murders, he is Googling facts about blood and the 10 Commandments. He knows the 10 Commandments. When Detective Jackson asked him about the 9th commandment, he knows. He had been Googling it not 24 hours before. And on October 29th of 2021, he's Googling, do heads really explode as portrayed in Pulp Fiction? Does 308 explode a human head? And then on October 12th of 2021, he is Googling death statistics, total number of fatalities in the United States 2018, mortality in the United States 2019, fast facts from CDC, death and mortality. This was just one day before he bought this gun. One day. And actually it was after he had filled out the 4473. But one day before he became in possession of this firearm that he used to execute a mother and father. So how do we know that this defendant committed all of these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt? It's his vehicle, it's his gun, it's his magazine, it's his ammunition, it's his DNA, it's the demonic lights he keeps talking about. His parents assumed he did it right off the bat. The Freudian slip about the North Face. When they're like, you're probably wearing that same jacket you had on in Sandy Springs because there's some light colored top in the surveillance footage. He goes, oh, no, that's my other North Face. A Freudian slip. He admits being on scene. And then, during the transport, he says, I still feel terrible about knowing there was a baby in that woman's body. He's like, is that true? Did she really have a baby in her body? Jacob and this unborn child that law enforcement thought existed at the time was the only thing this defendant cared about. The evidence here is overwhelming. Your Honor, the only demonic thing that night was Matthew Scott Lanz. This defendant acted as only a demon would, breaking into a stranger's home to execute them and leave for no reason. We've spent this week talking about the defendant, talking about his actions, his gun, his ammunition, his DNA, his statements, all of this evidence that proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But I don't want to lose sight of why we are here. And looking at this case from the eyes of Justin and Amber and Jacob. Victims who should be with us today. Victims who should have been able to come to court and tell this court what happened. To tell this court what they experienced and what they felt. But they don't get that opportunity. They don't get that opportunity because this defendant callously and maliciously and cowardly took their lives, but luckily left behind a home that told a story of exactly what Justin and Amber experienced. September 5th, 2021, just one day after Jacob had turned 2, Amber, Justin, and Jacob moved into Amber's dream home. A home that she believed would be their forever home that they could continue growing their family in. And they were happy. And life was good. And what made this home a home to Justin and Amber was 3 things. Safety, security, and love. After all, that is what makes a home, and not just a house. Safety, security, and love. And it's why our legislature includes so many protections when you're inside your own home. It is why the phrase, sanctity of your own home exists. Because homes are meant to be a sacred place. Amber and Justin had this sign in their dining room. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. A declaration that their home, made up of Amber, Justin, Jacob, and their pets, their dog and their cat, would follow God. Their home was their domestic place of worship, where they would raise their child and nurture him in faith and love and devotion. These are all the efforts they made to protect their home, to protect their place of, their sacred place, their domestic church, putting up all these different surveillance cameras and censored floodlights. And it's a shame that they had only been there for 73 days, so they didn't have a chance to start their subscriptions to save all this video footage. But the sad part of all of that is it wouldn't have changed anything. It would have shown that man's face on them. But that's it. That's it, because they wouldn't have had time to act, because he so quickly broke through that window and executed them. But these are all the measures they took to protect their home. And they did everything to protect their child. Baby gate upon baby gate upon baby gate. A monitor, baby locks on every single door. Because they wanted to create a safe place for Jacob to grow and learn and explore. And what safer place exists in this world than one's own home? Those were all of the efforts they took to protect their baby. And they loved inside that home. They loved, and they loved hard. You see it all over that house. You see Bibles. You see in Justin's chair he had a cushion that was pictures of him and Amber so happy, and a verse out of Corinthians. You see this love letter that Amber wrote Justin the day before on 11/16 of 2021. I want you to know that you are brilliant. I'm so sorry that this did not work out the way you wanted. I'm confident you will do great next time. Please don't be down on yourself. These things happen. I'm so proud of you. You have to do this for you. Not for me, not for Jacob, for you. Remember all the studying, all the quizzes you've had to take. You know this stuff, and you can do this. Find the confidence. There's no reason to be worried or nervous. I have a video for you to watch. Today is cuddle day. Love you so much, wifey. And you look in little Jacob's bookshelf there and all the books that were in there that you can see based on how they're placed. Oh, the places you'll go, wherever you are, my love will follow. God bless you and good night. These are the books that you can identify from this picture, and I'm sure many of the other ones talked about love and support and raising him in this Christian home filled with love and faith. This was an incredible and perfect family doing everything they could to protect their child, and yet they failed. They failed. And at no fault of their own. As they laid here on this couch for cuddle day, in their dream home, all of their doors locked and secured, the baby monitor on, it wasn't enough. It was not enough. It was not enough to prevent evil that came through that window. Absolutely terrified. Likely frozen in fear, certainly for Amber. Thinking of their sleeping baby who was upstairs and they could do nothing to protect him. Everything they did inside that home was to protect Jacob, and there was nothing they could do. They were unable to go upstairs. They were unable to hug him, grab him, say I love you one last time, shield him from seeing what evil looks like at the age of 2 years old. Nothing. They literally did not stand a chance. And we know, based on Amber's positioning, she died absolutely terrified, which is the worst feeling in the world, particularly when it's in your own home. As she curled up and shut her eyes and looked the other way. And we know that Justin was probably afraid too, and he was thinking of his baby too, but he was the man of the household who was going to get up and see what was going on, but he didn't even have an opportunity to get past the rug because of that man. This is what he left in the home. As though things could not have been worse as is right here where it stops, little Jacob came down the stairs to find his parents. And he found them. And he tried to do what they wish they could have done the night prior. Hug him, love him, lay with him. He got to hug his parents and lay on them and talk to them, but with no response. He tried and he tried and he tried, and he even pulled their glasses off of their faces. The most beautiful faces in the world to him, with absolutely no response. Not his mother's warm, loving body, but a cold, stiff body covered in blood. This was one of the books that you see on his bookshelf. And I don't know if it makes it better or worse to think that this may have been one of the last books that his mom read to him. If someday you're lonely or someday you're sad, just lift up your face, feel the wind in your hair. That's me, my sweet baby. My love is right there. My love will find you wherever you are. It is beyond evil and cruel. So was it even brutal, Mr. Lanz? Was it even brutal? That's what he asked law enforcement. Was it even brutal? Yes, Mr. Lanz, it was as brutal gets. And if you weren't sure that night, you are now. Because you've seen it in the daylight and in excruciating detail, the damage that you caused. And this little boy, now 6 years old, left without a mom and dad. His last memories, if he even has them, is when he was 2 years old. So he's left with pictures. Pictures, many of which are in the home in which his mommy and his daddy was brutally murdered. Because of this defendant's choices. Choices that he sat and pondered over for 40 minutes. Your Honor, this case is clear. This defendant is guilty of every single count in this indictment. This defendant really doesn't feel bad for what he did. He doesn't. And he knows what he did. He knows exactly what he did. Which is why he feels like none of this is really necessary. But we are asking Your Honor to reach a just verdict and a just decision, which is exactly what the defense is asking for as well. But the only just and true decision in this case is that this defendant committed all of these crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And we ask that you make those findings.
Before I step off for deliberations, I do want to have the same defense review the evidence that is available to go back with the court for review. If you all would approach for just one moment.
Well, that was pretty powerful. And of course, they're going to zoom in on these poor people. Yeah, that was pretty powerful. That was good. That was a good closing statement, Miss Green. Stephanie Green. That was good. That was good closing. So did the state meet their burden? 164 of you voted. 96% said yes, guilty as charged. 2% said not sure yet, I have doubt. 2% said no, not guilty and should go free. I don't see Justin's dad, Timothy, who took the stand. I do not see him. So I'm guessing that's Amber's family, but I don't see Justin's dad. So yeah, I have no idea if this judge is going to decide today or not, you guys. I really have no idea. Some judges, like the Abira case, the Lincoln Riley at Georgia as well, that judge right there and then, closing arguments, found him guilty. So I don't know what this judge is going to do. Yeah, more tissues are needed. More tissues are needed. So I'm not sure if she's going to, she could take a week, she could take a month, she could, she could do it right now. I just don't know. He's in the back corner. I'm not seeing him in this shot on the defendant's side, or is he on? Let me rewind. In the back corner. Oh, there. Is that him? Wait, I zoomed in too quickly. Oh, so he is back there. All right, I'll take your eyeballs for that. Wonder why then, okay, then my next question is then why isn't he in the front? But I guess, yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I wonder who this is on the state side, defendant side.
All right, I'm going to step off for deliberations. The state and the defense will review the evidence that is allowed for the court to take back for review during deliberations. And Madam Clerk will give it to you for handing to Madam Bailiff to bring back once that's all right. So at this time, we will stand in recess for deliberations.
Well, this is interesting. The judge is going to step off for deliberations. So she's going to deliberate. All right. So all right, let's do it. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. 11:20, she steps off. 11:20, start. How long do you think, how long do you think it'll take her to deliberate? Let's do a poll. I mean, this happens, I guess. We don't cover many bench trials, but this is interesting. All right, we got a new poll. How long will Judge Brown take to deliberate? 0 to 1 hours, 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours, or 3+ hours? We're going in uncharted territory here, folks. I've never dealt with a bench trial verdict before. So we're in uncharted territory. She's coming back after lunch. All right. All right, I guess we could play some previous testimony. We can play some previous testimony like we always do. Yeah, so I still feel terrible about knowing there was a baby in that woman's body. Admits being on scene. Freudian slip about the North Face, his ammunition, his magazine, his gun, his vehicle, his DNA. Parents learned he did it. The demonic lights. It all points to Mr. Lanz there. What do you guys want to watch? What testimony do you want to watch? You want to? His interview was pretty hard to hear. What? His no comment testimony. Do you want to hear his interrogation? It's hard to hear. We can do it again, but it's really hard to hear. You guys want to do his interrogation? Denise asked, "What's the reason?" Let's see. Let's ask Google here. What is the what are the pros? What are the pros and cons of a bench trial versus jury trial? Let's see what comes back. Bench trial pros are speed, focus on legal facts, potential for lower. So bench trials pros. Efficiency. Trials are typically faster because they don't require jury selection. Focus on law. Trials decided by a legal expert, which can be better for cases involving complex legal arguments or evidence. Speed. Decisions can be made more quickly, leading to a quicker resolution. Cons. Judge's personal bias. A judge may have biases that can influence the outcome. Well, let's hope not, because they're supposed to be unbiased and fair. Less unpredictable. While judges are trained in the law, their personal opinions can make outcomes less predictable than some might assume. Community perspective. A jury brings community standards and values to the decision-making process. Emotional appeal. The defense can appeal to the jury's emotions, which may be advantageous in some cases. Higher potential awards. That's a civil case. Hung jury. It can be difficult for a jury to reach a unanimous verdict. Those are all pros. Cons would be time and cost. Jury trials are generally more time consuming and expensive due to jury selection and deliberation. Jurors could be biased as well. I think in this case it may have also had to do with the DP. I think it may have had to do with that as well. All right. So you want to hear you want to hear his all right, Rex. See you in a little bit. Opening statements. Mel Stiller, good to see you. You want to hear the openings? Thank you, Denise. Appreciate you being here. You want to go with openings? All right, we can do openings again. We can actually hear openings. We can do that. I mean, I'll do his interview again if you guys want. It's just so hard to hear. Oh, and then the dad. We could watch the dad. That one's pretty. Dad was the first on the stand. All right. All right. Let me put myself. Let's see. Come down here. No, wait. Hold on. Just give me a moment to sort this out. I will put that down there. I will bring myself over here. All right, and then opening statements. Yep, we're going to have that hum. I think I can sort it out, though.
You is calls or telephone again proceedings. Also want to remind those, unless you are an officer of the court, a staff member, use audio or video recordings or pictures. For those who are on Zoom, I do want to remind you that this still is a court proceeding, and the rules of the court also.
Just bear with me, guys. Hold on.
Sidebars and bench conferences, and then with the stipulation that you will communicate to Mr. Lanz what is discussed during those bench conferences. Come back.
All right, opening statements. Let's see, what was it? go with this.
September 5th, 2021. A momentous day in this young couple's life. They did something on this day that most young relationships can't do these days. Justin and Amber Hicks bought their dream home. And on this day, they moved into that home. At 5059 Rabina Drive here in Cobb County. They bought this home just days after their son Jacob's birthday. But 73 days later, 73 short days in their achievement of this home, on November the 18th, 2021, a family's worst nightmare came true.
I want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times if we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. According to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
Okay.
The morning of November 18th shattered this family. November 18th, not only was this family shattered, but so was the back window of that house. And that is what they found. But we got to go back just a couple hours. November the 17th, 2021. On this day, it was a day just like every single other day for Justin, Amber, and Jacob. They had come home that night like any other day. Justin and Amber got Jacob ready for bed, got him fed, cleaned up the house, and put him down for the night. In this home that they are finally moved into and enjoying, Jacob and Amber are cuddling up on the couch. Jacob is upstairs sleeping in his bed. Amber watching the baby monitor to her side. They sat on this couch to watch TV and enjoy the night. But what the Hicks didn't know is that on this night, there was someone lurking on the outside of their home. They had just recently put up this Christmas tree. This Christmas tree was right next to the living room, connected. What they didn't know was that there was someone outside looking at this Christmas tree. And around 10 p.m. that night, this family's worst nightmare came true. Around 10 p.m., the back window of their home was broken into. The Hicks were unaware. They were defenseless. They were executed. All while Jacob was asleep upstairs. This is the state of Georgia versus Matthew Lane. Now, you've read out the charges right before I started opening, but I do find that it's important to go through those charges as we put up evidence through this case during this week so that you know what to look for. Now, count one in the indictment is malice murder. This is did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, by shooting Timothy Hicks with a firearm. Now, just for the court, Timothy Hicks is the legal name of Justin Hicks. It is Timothy Justin Hicks. He just went by Justin, but that is his legal name. Count 2, malice murder, did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, by shooting Amber Hicks with a firearm. Count 3, felony murder, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, home invasion, as set forth in count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice.
On
Count
February
4,
the 20th.
while in the commission of a felony, to wit, home invasion, as set forth in the count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Now, this is count 7, which those two prior counts are predicated upon, which is this home invasion, did unlawfully without authority and with the intent to commit forcible felonies therein, to wit, murder and aggravated assault, while in possession of a firearm, to wit, a handgun, a deadly weapon, and the dwelling house of another, to wit, the Hicks residence located at 5059 Verbena Drive, Northwest, Acworth, Georgia, while it was occupied by Timothy Hicks, Amber Hicks, and Jacob Hicks, persons with authority to be present therein. Now, jumping back to count 5, this is another felony murder count. While in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault, as set forth in count 8 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then count 8, in which that is predicated upon, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person, Timothy Hicks, with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a handgun. Count 6, felony murder, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault, as set forth in count 9 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then the predicated count of count 9, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Amber Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a handgun. Count 10, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach his person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Timothy Hicks. Count 11, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach his person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Amber Hicks. Count 12, cruelty to children in the second degree, did with criminal negligence cause Jacob Hicks, a child under the age of 18 years old, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by leaving Jacob Hicks's parents deceased in the home with said child, resulting in the 2-year-old child being alone and unsupervised for approximately 12 hours, during which Jacob Hicks was unable to feed himself, change his diaper, or get the attention of his parents, causing him excessive physical and mental pain. Count 13, tampering with evidence, did knowingly conceal physical evidence, to wit, shell casings, said evidence involving the prosecution of the offenses of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, with the intent to prevent the apprehension of and obstruct the prosecution of said accused. To wit, said accused did remove shell casings from the murder scene so as to avoid apprehension and otherwise obstruct the prosecution of himself. Now that's the counts in this indictment that we are moving forward for this trial, and those are the elements that the court is to find. But I do find that it would be helpful that we kind of put in front of the court a roadmap of who we're going to hear from, what we're going to hear about, and so forth. So I'd like to introduce you to the parties. This is the Hicks. This is Justin, Amber, and Jacob. To the left, we have Justin Hicks. As I previously stated, Justin's full legal name is Timothy Justin Hicks, but he went by Justin. Throughout this trial, we'll be referring to him as Justin. He was 31 years old at the time of his death, and he was married to Amber Hicks. He had one son, Jacob Hicks, and he was a Cherokee County firefighter. Then here on the right, we have Amber Hicks. She was 31 years old at the time of her death. She was married to Justin Hicks. She had her one son, Jacob, and she was an audiology assistant. And then we have Jacob Hicks. He was 2 years old at the time of his murder. He's 6 now. He was home at the time of the murder. He was alone. Within several hours of the deceased bodies were within that home. And you're going to hear evidence that Jacob tried to cuddle with his parents as they lay deceased on that couch. You will hear and see evidence that Jacob tried to play with his parents with toys, as you will see toys on Jacob or Justin. During that time, you will hear that Jacob had no ability to get the attention of anyone. He had no ability to get food or water or change his diaper. As I previously stated, the Hicks moved into 5059 Rabina Drive on September 5th, 2021. For the court, I have a visual map, which the location of these homes is very important. Now, the Hicks residence is located here on Menandra Way and Rabina Drive, corner there, circled in yellow. Now, the defendant, Matthew Lanz, he was 22 years old at the time of his murder. He's now 26. Throughout this trial, you will hear about his family, and you will hear interviews of several of his family members. His father is Scott Lanz. His mother is Teresa Lanz. You will hear about his older brother, Austin, and you will also hear that he is deceased. You will also hear that he has 2 additional sisters. The defendant grew up at this home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard, where he lived with his parents and all of his siblings. Now, back to the map, we've already indicated where the Hicks residence is. Here on this map, you can see the defendant's residence is right behind the Hicks residence. It's important for the court to know that the backs of these houses are actually facing each other. So if you would walk out the back door of the Hicks residence, you would be looking at the back door of the defendant's residence. You're also going to hear that the defendant was a University of Georgia student. He had an apartment up there located at 435 North Church Street, apartment 4, Athens, Georgia. You are also going to hear that the defendant drives a 2008 black Lexus GS 350. Now, having that little understanding as to these parties, I'm going to go through the timeline of the events that you are going to hear about. So we're going to go to November 17, 2021. You're going to see numerous surveillance videos throughout this trial of surrounding residents. Here at 7:09, you will see surveillance video of the last known footage of Justin, Amber, and Jacob. This is the last known footage of Amber and Justin being live, and that's at 7:09 p.m. You're going to hear that the defendant gave an interview in this case, and you will hear that the defendant admits to driving from his Athens apartment to his 600 Delphinium home, the Lanz family home, that night. And just for a quick reminder, that is right behind the Hicks residence. Now, you're going to see some additional surveillance video footage of surrounding residents of the Lanz and Hicks residence. You are going to see that at 9:20 p.m. on November 17, 2021, the defendant drives his black Lexus towards the direction of his home. And that is towards his home. And you are going to hear during the defendant's interview that he admits to parking at his house at the 600 Delphinium residence, where he parks in the driveway, and then he admits to going into the backyard, kind of walking around and smoking a cigarette. You will hear that the defendant admits that he never enters inside his home. He only stays outside of the 600 Delphinium house. Now, to just preface some of these surveillance videos, they are incredibly difficult to see because of how dark they are. However, you will hear from Detective Smith in this case, who is going to walk through these videos and show you where to look as to where you can see the defendant walking from to and from his residence to the Hicks residence. So between 9:31 and 9:32, it can be seen the defendant walking around the rear and side of the Hicks residence. Now at 9:32, you will see the defendant walk back towards his residence. And like I said, as displayed, it is difficult to see, but as the evidence is presented to the court, we will point you to where to look. Now, between the times of 9:43 p.m. and 9:44 p.m., you will actually see the defendant again walking the property line. Now at 9:55, you will actually see in this video, as soon as I press play, you will see that a light turns on. At 9:55, you will see the exterior mounted motion sensor light connected to the Hicks residence at 9:55 p.m. Now this light is located right where that window is that I previously told the court about. Now, about 15 minutes later, you will see surveillance footage of the defendant actually leaving the residence away from the Hicks residence. You will hear that the defendant then drove from his 600 Delphinium house back to his apartment in Athens. It's about an hour 45 to 2 hour drive. You will hear that the defendant admits to driving back from his family home to his apartment in Acworth. You are going to hear that the defendant's phone was seized when he was taken into custody. A Celebrite extraction was done of his phone, and it will show that between the times of 10:16 p.m. on November the 17th to 12:43 a.m. of November the 18th, so leading into the next morning, his phone was placed into airplane mode. So while the evidence is going to show on his way back to Athens, his phone was in airplane mode. Which leads us to November the 18th, 2021. On that morning, 9:34 a.m., that is when police received a 911 call for a welfare check, trying to get in contact with Justin and Amber. You will hear on that 911 call of a broken window on the back side of the house. And it's there that's when this investigation began. You are going to see body camera and photos of this home. And when officers arrive, this is what they find. They find this broken glass of the back window of the home. Inside, you can hear a dog and you can hear Jacob kind of making some noise on the inside. Now, there is no response with Justin and Amber. You will watch the body camera footage as Officer Brown makes his way, this is the first officer inside the home, he makes his way into the home where that Christmas tree is. As he looks inside, he sees little Jacob peering around the corner, hiding. Officer Brown will testify that his priority was him, Jacob. He picks up Jacob and gets him out of there. You will hear that Jacob was covered in blood, he was wet, and he had a dirty bag. It's here in the living room, officers find both Justin and Amber deceased here in the living room. You can see that Christmas tree just right behind them. Crime scene was able to find and locate 3 9mm casings and 2 projectiles. You will hear about more projectiles, and as you hear from the medical examiner, but on the scene, that is what's found. You're going to hear that there was 5 gunshot wounds to Justin and Amber, where those gunshot wounds were the cause and manner of death for both Justin and Amber. Shortly thereafter, the 911 call and the investigation began. As investigations take hold, officers and cars are all around this location of the Verbena Hicks household. Around 12 p.m., Teresa Lanz, the defendant's mother, finds out about this murder. Teresa Lanz then goes from the 600 Delphinium house up to the defendant's apartment up in Acworth. You will hear that Teresa Lanz arrives to the defendant's apartment around 2:30 p.m. on November the 18th, 2021. You will hear that she found the defendant sleeping at 2:30 in the afternoon and would pound on the door to try to get his attention. When the defendant would then come to his mother at the front door, he was in possession of a firearm. You are going to hear from Scott Lanz in an interview that shortly after Teresa Lanz got to the apartment up in Athens, he would then arrive. He also found the defendant having a firearm. You're going to hear that Teresa and Scott took that firearm from the defendant in a .40 caliber magazine. They would then leave the defendant at his apartment and drive back to the 600 Delphinium house. You are going to hear that the defendant admits that his parents came to his apartment in Athens and that they took his gun from him. Shortly after that, on November the 18th, later that night, officers are actually executing a search warrant of the Lanz household. That is where Teresa and Scott are at the house, and you will hear that Scott tells police, "I took a gun from the defendant and I placed it inside of the house. It's located in a sports coat pocket upstairs in a closet." Officers would then search the house where they would find a Zev OZ 9mm pistol in the upstairs closet in a sport coat jacket. You are going to hear about a DNA examination of that Zev OZ 9mm pistol. You're going to hear from forensic biologist Ted Bill with the ATF that he conducted a DNA comparison of swabs of the pistol to that of the defendant. You're going to hear that the DNA profile of the swabs of the pistol are consistent to that of the defendant. You are also going to hear that there was a firearm examination done of this firearm. And you are going to hear from firearm tool mark examiner Vanna Kelly with the ATF, where she was sent the 3 casings that were found on scene, and then conducted test fires of the ZEV OZ 9mm that was sent to her, and compared those 3 casings to the test fires that came from that ZEV OZ 9mm. You are going to hear that the casings that are found on the scene were fired by this ZEV OZ 9mm pistol. Now, jumping back to the timeline, November 19, 2021. You are going to hear around 9 a.m., 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Sandy Springs, Georgia. You are going to hear about a 911 call of a burglary in progress. You are going to hear that Sandy Springs police officers arrive to that residence and they find the defendant inside the home, upstairs in this home. You are going to hear that the officers enter that home and command the defendant to come down from the upstairs. You are going to watch the body camera footage of this interaction with the defendant. After several minutes of commanding him to come down, the defendant would make his way down the staircase, dressed fully in camouflage, several layers with a mask and a fishing hat. You will then watch as the defendant, as soon as he hits that bottom step, attacks one of the officers there. You will see and watch that the defendant then stabs the Sandy Springs sergeant in the back of the neck multiple times. It is at this point that officers then shoot the defendant twice. They shoot him in the neck, in the right upper chest. You will watch the defendant be taken out of that home and into the front yard. He was subdued, he was tended to, taken to the hospital, and then into custody. Now, I want to talk about the 3 main pieces of evidence that you're going to hear about, and really they're just categories of evidence. Those 3 pieces of evidence are digital evidence, statements, and forensic evidence. What I mean by digital evidence, it's really the evidence that puts the timeline together. The surrounding surveillance videos of homes surrounding the Hicks and the Lanz residence that show the defendant's arrival, the departure, and then in addition to the defendant's phone extraction being placed in airplane mode. You're also going to hear about Justin and Amber's phone extraction, which show their last known activity. Now, statements. The defendant's statements to law enforcement, Scott Lanz's statements to law enforcement, and Teresa Lanz's statements to law enforcement. And last, the forensic evidence. This is the defendant's gun. You're going to hear that he is the rightful owner of that gun. He had bought that gun. You're going to hear that the defendant's DNA is on that gun. And the casings that are recovered on scene were fired from that gun. Now, some expectations as we move through this week, there's no video of the murder itself. There was no video in the living room of where this murder occurred. But with the surveillance videos and the circumstantial evidence, we're able to provide that timeline. There are 2 missing casings from the crime scene because you will hear from Dr. Abstract that they were shot. There were 5 shots, but there are 2 missing casings. As I previously stated, the surveillance video in the front of the Hicks household is incredibly difficult to see because of the dark nature. However, Detective Smith will show and point where to look at the appropriate time. There is no perfect timeline. There never is. But we will present a timeline for the court to make the findings that we need to make. The defendant's statements during these interviews are odd at times, and you will not hear a specific motive in this case. Now, as the court knows, my duty is that the burden is on us. It's always on us. The burden of proof is always on the state to prove every criminal case as to each essential element of the crime charge beyond reasonable doubt. And that never shifts. Now, your duty this week is to listen to the evidence and ascertain the truth. What I mean by that is that I ask the court to look at the 5 C's. That's the corroboration of the evidence, consistencies and inconsistencies in the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses as they take the witness stand, and the conduct of the parties. And last is common sense. At the end of the evidence, we will ask that you return a verdict that speaks the truth. There is only one truth in this case, and that truth is that the defendant is guilty to all counts of this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ada Horowitz. Attorney Barrett, would you like to make your opening statement at this point? Sure. Okay. You may proceed.
The object of all legal investigation obviously is to speak the truth. This is a very emotional case, very difficult case, as the court pointed out earlier. As the court already knows from your experience, the state has the duty and responsibility of proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what they say in opening is just what they allege the evidence to be. We'll have an opportunity to test that evidence and talk about it. Matthew believes that he has been set up either at FBI, CIA, or some government agency. I think you'll hear some information about that through his statements, or have the ability to listen to those and evaluate them. We believe that, and certainly are confident, the court, after you hear all the evidence in the case, will be able to make an enlightened and fair judgment as to the guilt of Matthew. We'll have an opportunity to come back before the court and talk about what the state's case has proven or not proven. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Timothy Hicks.
So I'm just going to go ahead and play Timothy Hicks's testimony. So this is the dad. I thought this was pretty good testimony. So we'll just go ahead and let them continue on.
Right chair, sir. To remain standing to swear. You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat for me, please. And once you're seated, if you would please state and spell your true or correct legal name for the record.
My name is Timothy Justin Hicks, and Timothy Johson, Hicks, Hicks, and I go by Tim.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed, ADA.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, we have shown all exhibits to defense counsel. Tim, before you took the stand, did I show you this photograph, State's Exhibit 1?
You did.
All right, and who's in that photograph?
That's Justin, Amber, and Jacob.
Is that fair and accurate in-life photograph of Justin and Amber Hicks?
It is.
At this time, I would tender State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Interjection? State 1 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. Hi, Tim, looking here at State's Exhibit 1, you said that it was Justin and Amber. Who is Justin Hicks?
Justin Hicks is my son.
What was his legal name?
Timothy Justin Hicks.
So not exactly a junior, but close.
Close.
And did Timothy Justin Hicks go by Justin?
He did.
How old was he at the time of his death?
At the time of his death, he was 31.
What did he do for a living?
He was a firefighter for Cherokee County. Firefighter paramedic.
How long was he with Cherokee County Fire Department?
Before his death, about 6 years.
Did he wear any glasses or corrective lenses or anything?
He did. He wore glasses.
Did he wear them regularly or just at night?
Somewhat regular, but I think mostly for driving and reading and watching TV, things like that.
Who was Amber Hicks?
Amber's my daughter-in-law. She would be Justin's wife.
Did she go by Amber?
She did.
How old was she?
Amber was also 31.
What did she do for a living?
She was an audiology assistant at the time of her death.
Wonderful. How long were they married? Do you remember when they got married?
I believe the year they got married was 2017.
Do you remember the date?
April, maybe April 12th.
So April 22nd sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. April 22nd of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm doing math correctly, were they married for about 4 years at the time of their deaths?
They were.
And then here in the photo, we also have this little boy. What is his name?
The little boy's Jacob Raymond Hicks.
When is his birthday?
September 4th of 2019.
Also, prior to taking the stand, did I show you State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recognize that photo?
I did.
And who's that photo of today?
Can I see it again? I know that I saw it. And
State's 3.
that's Jacob.
Is this a more recent photograph?
Yeah, not that old.
And is that a fair and accurate photo of Jacob today, one of the surviving victims in this event?
Yes, ma'am.
Statement to tender State's Exhibit 3 and evidence.
Any objection? State 3 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. So how old is Jacob today?
Today, Jacob's 6.
Where does he primarily live?
He lives with my wife and I, Charlene.
And your wife, is that Justin's dad?
No, Justin's mom.
I mean, mom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk to you about 5059 Verbena Drive. Do you recognize that address?
I do.
And prior to testifying, did you see a photo of that residence?
I have.
And was that State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that photograph? Had you seen it before?
Yes, ma'am.
How had you seen it before?
I saw it by Justin and Amber, and I believe at one time or another it was probably a Facebook post, and my wife and I both, I think, were text a copy of it.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of their residence at 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Statement to tender State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection? States 2 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Is this the photo we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall?
Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
And do you recall the significance of this photo or when it was taken?
If I remember correctly, the photo was taken shortly after they moved in.
Was this kind of that obligatory first new home photograph?
Yeah, kind of.
Now that address, 5059 Verbena Drive, what is the city that it's located in?
Acworth.
Is that in Cobb County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who kind of initiated the purchase of this home?
Well, Justin and Amber both saw the home and were looking together, and when they saw this particular home, I believe Amber kind of fell in love with it, and that's kind of the house that she wanted. And so that's the one they aggressively pursued.
Were they excited when they were able to purchase this home?
A whole lot.
This is a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Now, once they moved into this residence in September of 2021, did they decorate and furnish the house?
Yeah, they decorated and furnished it.
Did they keep it pretty clean?
Clean's not the word for it. I mean, Justin's a neat freak.
Okay. Immaculate.
Oh yeah, he didn't have a speck of dust or a crumb or he's pretty. I'm not saying Amber wasn't, but I know Justin was.
Did they typically, clean up and tidy up before they went to bed at night or relax?
Yeah, typically that dishes were done, things were put away. In fact, they even, best I can remember, they prepared for the next day. Had like Justin would have his uniforms pressed or whatever and ready to go.
Diaper
backpacks and
What about safety measures? Did they have their house baby proofs for Jacob?
They did. Jacob's room, actually, Justin had turned the bedroom door into a two-way door, maybe like a barn door, where you could open the top or the bottom, and they'd open the top so they could see in, but Jacob couldn't get out without them knowing it. And they had a baby monitor. They had gates on the upper and lower end of the staircase. And I remember right, they had a gate or two actually on the main level blocking something. And those gates were locking gates. I forget the kind of lock, but it was more or less a child-proof lock.
Do you know whether those child-proof locks were engaged when, typically when Justin and Amber were still awake at night, but Jacob had already gone to sleep?
If Jacob had gone to sleep and they were sitting up for a little while, the gates were most likely unlocked.
Okay. But they would secure them before
They would secure them when they went to bed.
What about locks on, baby locks on doors to the exterior?
They had some of those. They also had some of those little hinge things you put on cabinet doors and things like that. Plugs in the sockets and outlets and.
Really made a lot of efforts to keep that house safe. Did they have a security system?
They did. I believe it was one called Ring. Was it Ring? That's what what I remember. I think it was a Ring. One of them at the door, cameras, and you can see it on your cell phone.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
And do you know whether they had subscriptions where data stored for things like breaking the footage?
I think they did. I think they had I don't know who the alarm company was, but I believe they did have some sort of they had some sort of system where it was recorded.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to November 17th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Unfortunately, I do.
Do you remember what Justin was doing on November 17th of 2021?
On that particular day, he was off of work. My wife and I were babysitters for Jacob while they worked. And anytime Justin was off, he kept Jacob himself. So I knew that he was off because Jacob was with him. And not sure what all they did that day. Hang on, let me gather my thoughts back.
Well, let me ask you this. So Jake, or Justin and Jacob were on that day.
On the 17th, yeah, I'm trying to get the date between
That's okay.
17 and 18, right?
It's okay. What kind of car did Justin drive?
Justin drove a black F-150 pickup truck.
And did Amber have her own car as well?
She did. She had a Chevrolet Equinox.
And do you know on November 17th of 2021, were both of their vehicles found?
No, that particular day would have only been Justin's truck because they had gone the night before. Or that, yeah. They dropped it off at a mechanic. It needs some sort of repairs. And so they had dropped it off and met up at some point and would have all been in Justin's truck.
Did anything for the time that you had contact with them on November 17th of 2021, did anything seem off to you?
Everything seemed fairly normal.
And now I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2021. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's where my memories mostly, where I'm drawn to trying to answer questions about the 17th.
Why is it that your memory is drawn there? What happened on November 18th of 2021?
My wife and I were in bed asleep. It was early in the morning. And my phone rang, and it was Amber's work, her boss from work. And she had asked if we knew where Amber was. And I told her, no, we don't know what's going on. She said she hasn't reported for work. And I'm like, okay. And this kind of like spiritual radar went off inside me, and I knew something was wrong. I'm personally a pattern person. And I just keep up with patterns. And I knew that she should be at work. Justin would be off with Jacob. And so I immediately woke my wife up, and I told her, I said, if you're going with me, get in the van, let's go. And we drove to their house in Verbena. And we parked in the driveway, and I noticed first the garage, because that's where, when you pull in, the garage was, which we're facing. Off to the left was the sidewalk that led to the front door. I ended up going to the front door, and I was banging on it very hard. And I gradually got harder and harder because I didn't get any response. And finally, I was banging on it so hard it was actually bowing a little bit. And I didn't hear the dog bark. I didn't hear Jacob. I didn't hear anybody. And so I have prior law enforcement experience, so I did go over there armed. And I kind of jumped into law enforcement mode, and I started searching the perimeter of the house. I left the front door and I went around to the left side of the house and was walking, edging the wall all the way around, quick peeks and looking. In the backyard, they have this little breezeway kind of thing. It's like a patio. And when I got to the corner of the house there, where that separates, I did a quick peek, and I saw that the blinds and curtains were flapping in the wind, and there's glass everywhere on the patio. I knew then there'd been some sort of forced entry. I approached the window. My intent was to go in. I approached the window, pushed the lights back. And I looked in, the first thing I saw was a bunch of glass inside that room that door and window enters would have been Jacob's playroom. And as I looked in there, I noticed there was lots of glass all on the floor. I peeked a little further and looked to the left. The left would have been their living room or den, or however you want to call it, their TV room, the couch and all of there. And as I peeked in, I saw them.
Take your time.
I saw that they weren't okay. And then when I saw that, I'd already kind of got into cop mode, and I backed out because I was the only one there, other than my wife and daughter, and they wasn't going to help me clear the house. That wasn't even going to happen. So I backed out the window, and I took a low-ready position. And my daughter called 911 and had my wife take the van out of the driveway, parking on the street, and I had both of them get on the opposite side of the van for cover. I didn't know people were still in the house or not.
I want to stop you right there because I want to slow down just a little.
Okay.
Have you ever gotten a call from Amber's work before?
Never have.
No.
I have, but not on things like that. It was generally I own a woodworking business, and they called a couple of times and want to help with some projects they're working on, but nothing out of the ordinary, like nothing that's a life-changing pattern. You know, it was all just other things.
So to your knowledge, had she ever just not shown up to work?
And Amber never do that. If she wasn't going, she'd call.
Prior, I know you said you just got that feeling and wanted to get in the car immediately. Did you try to call Amber?
We did. We tried to call both their phones. I had my wife, I think maybe my wife and my daughter calling them as we were driving, or as I was driving.
And were you ever able to get any response from anyone?
No response on either phone. And that just intensified the whole unction. Something's not right.
Did you try texting as well?
Maybe. I don't remember for sure, but probably.
When you say that you all jumped in the car, so who was driving?
I was driving the van, and
Who was in the front with you?
my wife had been in the front seat and my daughter in the back.
And who's your daughter?
Ashley Hicks.
And so Ashley and Justin are brothers and sisters.
They are.
Who's older?
Justin would be older. And then I have a son, Michael. He would be next, and then Ashley's the baby.
Okay. So you mentioned that you have prior law enforcement experience. Where was that?
In Cherokee County.
How many years?
Just right about 15 years.
And so when you originally arrived there, where did you park your vehicle?
When I first pulled in, I pulled straight in the driveway beside Justin's truck.
And so your car was basically right next to him at the parking spot.
Right next to the truck in the driveway. The truck would have been to my left as I pulled in.
And when you said that you went to the front door and you were kind of pounding on the door, were your wife and Ashley next to you, or did they stay in the van?
They got out. They wasn't quite up to the door yet. They never really moved too much out of the driveway until I got to the back. And then Charlene just kind of peeked around the corner. And that's when I told her, I said, get back, move the van up to the street. And actually, you call 911. And then both of you get on the opposite side of the van and stay down, hunker down and stay there.
This time, state moved to tender States Exhibit 4, 5, and 6. States Exhibit 4 is the business record certificate from Cobb County 911 Communications. States Exhibit 5 is the 911 audio recording of Ashley Hicks. And States Exhibit 6 is the CAD report. Both the audio and CAD report are covered by the business record certificate in States 4.
Interjection to 4, 5, and 6. States 4, 5, and 6 are admitted.
And Your Honor, can we go ahead and publish States Exhibit 5? Yes.
What's the location of your murder scene?
Hi, I'm here to report a break-in.
What's the address?
That is the address. 1 second, ma'am. What's the address? $5059 Verbena.
359 Verbena.
5059 Verbena.
And what is your name?
We need someone here immediately.
What is your name?
Ashley Hicks. My brother and his wife and a 2-year-old son are missing.
What's your telephone number?
678
Uh-huh.
523
Uh-huh.
7974.
All right, and tell me exactly what's going on.
What, ma'am?
Tell me exactly what has happened.
So, my sister-in-law's work called saying that she hasn't called in today and it's out of character for her. So we stopped by their house in a the area trying to see if they made something. And one of the windows in the back is broken.
There's a window in the back that's broken.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you guys gone inside the house?
No. My father's a retired cop, and he does have a gun with him for
But
defense.
you guys are waiting outside for the officers, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We are standing at the edge of the street.
All right, give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 second to type that in instead, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Verbena.
You saw the back glass of the door or just the window?
The window, ma'am. We don't know if anyone's still in the house. The others kept us all outside and away from the house.
Right now, I've got it in for dispatch. So you guys have not went inside the residence. And where did you say you were standing?
We're standing by the driveway.
Are there
Kind of on the road. I am wearing a purple hoodie. My dad is wearing a gray sweatshirt. And my mother is wearing a black hoodie. Again, we are unsure if there's anybody still in the house. We currently haven't heard anything. But we haven't checked, so we're unsure.
Okay. Now, as far as the family, are there cars gone or, like normally would you see a car in a driveway and it's not there or it is there?
There are typically 2 cars. My brother, his wife, and their son went to drop off his wife's car.
Uh-huh.
So far, only the truck is here. And no one has heard from them so far in about 11 to 12 hours.
What's your brother's name?
Justin Hicks, Timothy Justin Hicks.
What's his wife's name?
Amber Hicks,
And how many children do they have?
just one. He is a 2-year-old named Jacob Raymond Hicks.
Okay. Now, as far as anything else with you guys looking at the house, I'm not asking you to go back down there. Do you see anything else that looks like it's been disturbed or that it doesn't look right?
Not that I could see. I went around the house with my father, and all we noticed was a broken window.
And that you know of that window was not broken before?
No, ma'am.
Get out here, bro.
My father said for the police need to get here now, or he's going to go there.
They're on the way. I would suggest that you stay there and wait for them.
He said EMT needs to get here too.
The what?
EMT needs to get here too.
Who's injured?
Case. He said just in case. We don't know if anyone's still inside or not.
Okay.
We're now across the other side of the street. It's a neighbor's driveway. We're trying to stay away from the house.
And you guys have tried calling them on their phones and they're not answering? Is that correct? Ashley?
We will now publish part 2 of that same call.
Hello?
Hey, we got disconnected.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times before going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. As according to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
Okay.
Do you know how long police will get here?
They're responding emergency. You guys just stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you said they're responding emergency.
I've got 4 officers that are on the way. So you guys just wait there and let them check that home, okay?
Yes, ma'am. He said 4 officers are on the way.
I'm going to stay on the phone with you until they get there. That way you can let me know if you see anything or if anything changes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Don't call 911.
Yes.
They're coming emergency. They're running lights and sirens, and the sergeant is also en route. You guys just stay where you are, okay? I'll let you know when I show their plugs.
Yes, ma'am. She said the responding emergency. The sheriff is also inbound.
That's the sergeant.
He has listed ETA.
They're responding lights and sirens. Just hold on. Hold on one
He
second.
said they're responding lights and sirens. He's asking if you could radio them what their ETA is. He's a retired cop from Cherokee.
One second, I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. Nothing yet. Ma'am, are you still there?
I'm still here.
One just pulled up. Cobb County Police.
All right, then you can let me go. They're there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tim, was anyone found alive inside that residence?
Jacob was eventually.
What about any pets?
They had a dog named Bruno and a cat named Cat. Yeah, cat's name was Cat. Bruno, the officers eventually brought Bruno and Jacob out of the house. If you don't mind, I'm gonna say that during that 911 call, I haven't told my wife or daughter anything about what I saw. I left it alone, and I guess my wife was kind of having unctions as well, and that's what you hear in the background, her screaming out.
Is that why you went ahead and asked for EMT?
Yeah.
Right, when your daughter said just in case.
When I saw them inside the house, based on my experience, I knew that they were gone and there was no bringing them back from what I saw. But yeah, I asked anyway.
And at that point, had you laid eyes on Jacob? Did you know what?
I did not see Jacob at all. I was very concerned about it. Honestly, my first thought was that he'd also been killed.
When you finally laid eyes on Jacob, was he crying?
He was not saying anything or crying. The officer that brought him out was the black officer. I think his name was Winston. I think. And he brought him out, and Jacob was basically catatonic. He had a blank stare on his face. He wasn't crying. He wasn't saying a word. They just hung it off from Winston's arm like a sack of potatoes. And Officer Winston brought him over to my wife and I at the van. And normally when Jacob would see Nana, he'd just bubble up. He did nothing. He didn't acknowledge anything.
Have you ever seen him like this before?
Never have.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing pajamas, a long sleeve shirt and pajama pants bottom, and his pajamas had been covered in blood, and it was dried.
The blood was dry.
It was dried on his clothes, and it bled through to his skin.
Do you remember whether his pajamas were otherwise dry or wet?
He had on a diaper. I don't know how many times he'd gone in it, but it was heavy. I mean, he was wet for sure. I don't remember if he had number 2 or not, but he was wet more than once.
Heavy diapers, the way you described it.
Heavy diaper.
Did he have anything in his hands?
Yeah. He was clutching Justin's glasses. And he wouldn't let go of them. He pried them from his hands. And I believe, I don't remember for sure if it was me or who, but we ended up giving them to the detectives, the glasses.
Are those glasses that Jacob or that Justin would watch used to watch TV.
Yeah.
Now, developmentally, was Jacob a fairly normal 2-year-old?
Absolutely.
Was he attached to his parents?
Yeah.
Did he often try to get their attention?
Yeah. Yeah, if he wanted something, he didn't have a problem trying to get somebody's attention to get it or whatever. Still don't.
If his parents were on call or busy or preoccupied, would he get frustrated if he couldn't get their attention?
Yeah, he would keep pursuing.
Kind of like any 2-year-old.
Like any 2-year-old.
Do you know what time he woke up back around that time? Typically,
Typically, he would wake up probably between 6 and 6:30 in the morning. The habit, he woke up pretty, he kept steady with the pattern even when Justin was off and kept him. But the pattern is when Charlene and I would watch him, he would get up about 6:30, and Justin and Amber would get ready for work, and Amber would drop him off at our house to babysit for the day, and he was up by then, stayed up usually.
And so typically when he woke up between 6 and 6:30 in the morning, would give a diaper change.
Oh yeah, he would have his diaper changed.
Was he potty trained at all when he was?
Not then, no.
Now, was he able to change himself or put on his own clothes or anything?
Not then.
And so Justin and Amber would wake him up, change diaper, put clothes on.
Right.
What about feeding himself? Who typically prepared his breakfast?
Amber and Justin would occasionally, if Justin was off from work, and then usually he had breakfast when he got to our house.
Is that still pretty early?
Excuse me?
Is that still pretty early in the morning?
Yeah. By then there'd be 8 o'clock maybe.
Now, was he able to get anything out of the refrigerator or go into the pantry himself and make his own breakfast back when he was 2?
No, not then.
Able to get himself any water or anything?
No.
Now, by 10 o'clock in the morning, had he typically eaten by then?
Yeah, usually by then he'd had his food and probably a couple of cups of juice or something from a sippy cup.
Snacks?
Probably snacks, yeah.
Now, on that day, do you remember once he came out of the home, did he eat at all?
The best I know that he had not eaten since dinner time the night before.
Did you have him checked out by EMS?
The EMS was on the scene, and I remember it was a female EMT or paramedic. I'm not sure what her title was, but she was a medic. I knew that. And she stayed kind of close to us. And at one point, Jacob still hadn't come around. It took a few hours for him to even realize he was still in the world. And when the EMT lady, he was a little concerned and said, if he don't come around soon, we probably need to transfer him to the hospital. But before that took place, he did come around. It was almost like he'd woke up from a bad dream. He just like woke up and, Nana,
After he had been with Nana for a long time.
She's holding him, but before that he didn't even move. He just laid there.
Now, did that behavior continue for some days after?
Not that particular behavior, but a little quieter than the average 2-year-old maybe.
And y'all had watched him regularly, so
since he was 2 months old.
Okay. So quieter than you had seen him previously.
Yeah, he was kind of a little bit docile several days after.
Did he have any cuts or anything on his feet or his hands?
I didn't notice any cuts or anything on him.
You had mentioned that there was kind of blood on his PJ that had kind of soaked through even to his skin. Was any of that blood, best you could tell, from Jacob himself?
That blood came from the crime scene.
Now, obviously you spoke to officers on scene. Could you think of anyone in this world who would have wanted to hurt Justin and Amber?
I cannot think of one person that would be considered their enemy. I mean, both of them just easygoing, likable kind of people. Kind of when they walked in a room, kind of lit it up, and without being flamboyant, made their presence was known. It was just someone pleasant to be around. Often, if you felt a little uneasy, they had this unspoken way of bringing about a certain amount of calm. And Justin, he takes after me. He's a jokester, so he's always joking about something and cutting up about something. And he and I would razz each other back and forth about something. We like to fish together quite a bit, and it's always competitive when we go. It's just the two of us, but you would think it was a Bassmaster Classic between us. It often was, but yeah.
Thank you so much. That's my husband.
Might be appropriate time for a break. We've been going for about an hour and a half and give Mr. You don't have any questions? Okay.
May he be released from the subpoena?
Yes, is there any objection to Mr. Hicks being excused and released from the subpoena?
No.
Okay, Mr. Hicks, you can step down and you can remain in the courtroom if you'd like.
I would.
All right. Let's come back at about 10:45. We'll get started and state you can call your next witness. Stand in recess. Just want to remind everyone, if you are on Zoom, motor vehicles should not be operated in any way if you are on camera. So just need to remind everybody of that. It's motor vehicle. Now, I can't stop you, but you all see it, so I can make a decision. What y'all want to do? I just don't want anybody getting hurt while you're watching the proceedings and. And I also need to remind everyone who's on Zoom that their devices should be muted. You might want, if somebody does know him, I'm gonna just tell him to go off camera. So he can listen but be off camera. Yeah.
Sorry, Your Honor, I had to run downstairs.
Yes.
It is right over here.
Oh, okay. All right, we are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-00922. All parties are present. In agreement, you may call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls off to Matt Brown.
Thank you. Apologize, Attorney ADA Warwick.
Good morning. You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court and the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry, Mom.
Thank you. Have a seat for me, and once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
All right, it's Matthew A. Brown, MATTHEWABROWN.
Okay, you may proceed, and for the record, there is no familiar relationship between the court and the witness. Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Brown, how are you employed?
I'm employed with Cobb County Police, sir,
And how long have you been employed with the Cobb County Police Department?
since 2004.
Now, in what capacities have you worked for the Cobb County Police Department since 2004?
I worked the road for about 10 years. I was transferred to Special Operations DUI Task Force in 2014. I spent 5.5 years there, and then in 2020, I think January 2020, I went to the STEP unit, which investigates all serious injury and fatal crashes in Cobb County. The STEP unit? STEP.
And if you'll bring the microphone just a little bit closer, thank you. Now, since 2004, have you been post-certified?
Yes, there was a short gap where I left the department for 10 months to complete a degree and came right back.
Now, so since getting that degree, have you been post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And then what does it mean to be post-certified?
You've been through the minimum requirements that the state of Georgia has put aside to be trained as an officer.
Now, I want to jump to November the 18th, 2021. Were you on duty that morning?
I was.
In what capacity?
We were actually answering calls for Precinct 1. They had some training as an entire precinct, so we were covering the road for them answering calls.
Now, when you say responding for calls, what does that mean?
Someone calls 911, they'll dispatch us out to it. So we weren't doing our step duties, we were answering calls for service.
Now, at some point, were you dispatched to 5059 Verbena Drive in Acworth?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Cobb County?
It is.
What were you being dispatched to?
Kind of a welfare check, missing persons, possible missing persons. I think it was also, there was some forced entry, so possible burglary, so it's kind of a serious call.
Now, I'm going to show you the argument admitted into evidence. Exhibit 6. What kind of document is this?
That is a CAD report from 911.
Now, what is a CAD report?
It records the first time the 911 call was put in, and then everything from that point on, address, time, who was dispatched, when they arrived, anything we say in the radio to dispatch, will add it to the call.
So does it document as soon as that call comes in, the 911 call comes in?
Yes, sir.
In this document, what time was this 911 call created?
Showing 9:34 and 43 seconds.
Is that AM or PM?
AM.
And so for this incident here, is that the time that the first 911 call came in?
Pretty close to it.
And so once this phone call came in, around what time did you arrive?
I think it was close to 9:45, a couple minutes before that, maybe 9:43.
Now, when you arrived at that location, what observations did you have?
There were a couple people already at the residence, family members of Mr. and Mrs. Hicks.
Now, where did you come in contact with them?
I believe I was getting out of my car. I believe they met me in the road, right near their driveway.
Now, did you kind of get a rundown from them of what they had observed?
Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with that information?
Realized we needed to check the perimeter. They said there was a busted window in the back of the residence, so that's where we went to.
All right. And so did you actually make your way around the house at that point?
We did cut through the side of the yard and right to the back door.
Now, when you got to the back door, what did you observe?
A window to the right of the back door. There were two back doors, one on each side of the house. On the right side of the house, there's a window to the right that was busted out.
Did you notice any glass?
A little bit of glass on the concrete. Most of the glass was inside it was like a sunroom on the floor.
Now, when you were outside of that window, could you really see into the house?
Initially, no, because there was a set of blinds blocking everything. They were pulled down. We moved those. You still couldn't see inside them.
Could you hear anything from the interior of the house?
A dog barking loudly.
Could you hear a child?
Not at first. When we moved the blinds, I could hear a child's voice, a small child's voice.
So once you're in front of this window, what did you do next?
We knew we needed to get inside. We checked the doors, and they were both locked. So I decided to crack out the remaining 20 shards of the window so I could make entry.
And were you able to make an entry?
I did. Yes, sir.
So once you were inside the home, kind of walk me through what you observed.
There's glass all over the floor. I looked up and I saw probably like a 2-year-old child peek around a corner. Seemed to be pretty scared. As I walked further into the living room, I saw Mr. and Mrs. Hicks deceased. I believe Mrs. Hicks was on the couch and Mr. Hicks was on the floor, kind of sitting up. He had a toy on his leg. First thing I wanted to do was go check on the child.
Now, when you said that you wanted to check on the child, kind of walk me through that.
Well, he looked very young. It being about almost 10 o'clock in the morning, I figured he'd been by himself for a while. I wanted to check on him. When I spoke to him, I could tell he was soaking wet and he had blood all over his pajamas. His diaper appeared pretty full. I mean, it's not been changed since the night before.
All right, apparently we have a verdict. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the clock. We have a verdict. So hour and a half, roughly. All right, so roughly 12:55 end. So an hour, we'll go with hour and 35 minutes because the verdict came in a little bit earlier. Oh, here, I can make myself a little bit bigger. All right. All right. We have a verdict. Oh, you know what? Let me switch over here. Sorry, guys. Sorry, give me a second. All right, just give me a moment. All right, we have a verdict. Looks about an hour and 37 minutes. We'll go with that. 1 hour 37. All right, how long will Judge Brown take to deliberate? 273 votes. Thank you for that, you guys. 46% said 1 to 2 hours. So you guys are the winners. 32% said 0 to 1 hour. 16% said 2 to 3 hours, and 6% said 3+ hours. All right. I'm wondering if we'll have sentencing. Wonder if we'll get to sentencing today. Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me in the least bit. Would not surprise me if we get to sentencing today. Let me see here. Let me see. I can get. Such a cute little family. Yes, we have a verdict. Verdict is in. Now we just don't know how long it'll take for judge to announce it. Then there's that. So All right. I know, little dude, little Jacob. So cute. Cute little guy. Cute family. Yeah, little man. I think lots of little guys are called little man. Little man. My niece calls her little guy, little man. Let's see. MLC. I don't know about sentencing today because I think parole might be an option, so might need PSI. All right, we'll see. We'll see what comes back. Let me put us up here for now. Denny Dawn, I hope she does sentencing today so this poor family doesn't have to come back another time. They need time to try and heal the best way they can. We'll never know that we'll never be over it, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Brett says to Abe, yes, planning definitely moves the bar. Premeditation is just a decision. Planning requires more. Very heartbreaking story. Absolutely. Widespread, I imagine we, excuse me, imagine we need to wait for everyone at lunch to get back to the courtroom. That is true. She didn't say, judge didn't say 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You know, usually they'll say, stay within 15 minutes. She didn't say anything. Abe says, I know Ohio wants premeditation and planning, which is the highest standard I've seen in the U.S. Did not know that. Denny Dawn, I don't think he needs a PSI. Well, there would be the mitigating factors. He has gotten in trouble with the law before, apparently, right? At college, he was banging his head against the dorm hallway. All right. Here we go.
Yes.
afternoon. Again, I am Judge Sonia Brown, the presiding judge for the trial of the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-900-922. We are present here in the open courtroom. President of the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lanz, he is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. In the Superior Court of Cobb County, state of Georgia, the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, defendant, criminal action file number 22-900-922. Non-jury judgment after bench trial. Defendant having waived his right to trial by jury, the parties having consented to a bench trial before the court, and the bench trial having commenced at November 17th, 2025 at 9 a.m. Now, therefore, after considering the evidence admitted during the bench trial, the parties' arguments, and the applicable law, the court finds as follows. As to count 1, malice murder, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 2, malice murder, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 3, felony murder, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 4, felony murder, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 5, felony murder, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 6, felony murder, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 7, home invasion, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 8, aggravated assault, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 9, aggravated assault, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 10, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 11, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 12, cruelty to children in the second degree, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. As to count 13, tampering with evidence, the court finds the defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, guilty. This 20th day of November 2025, signed and affixed with my signature, Judge Sonia N. Brown. Would you all like to take a look at the form?
No, Your Honor.
Right, Madam Clerk, if you would please enter this non-jury judgment after bench trial into the record of the court. All right, I will hear from the state and the defense regarding sentencing.
Your Honor, we have talked, I know that the state has quite a large number of people that want to speak. I think it probably would be wise to start that in the morning. So we can get through with it tomorrow.
Stay.
We don't have any objection to that. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we will stand in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, in which time both the state and the defense will have an opportunity to present arguments and any statements from any victim impact statements or statements in mitigation on behalf of Mr. Lanz.
Thank you, Judge.
Right? We'll stand in recess until 10 a.m. Oh, please, court is still in session.
Your Honor, just for the record, and I apologize for not putting this on the record prior, but as for your deliberations, the following exhibits were not provided to Your Honor. That was State's Exhibit 670, an ATF crime log report, State's 671, another ATF lab report, State's 917, which was the Google search history, State's 607, which was the Zemtech OZ9 of the defendant's gun. State's Exhibit 468 was not an exhibit. It was never tendered, it wasn't missed, it just was never, that number was never used. And then finally, of course, we did not provide Your Honor with Master Drive A, which contains State's Exhibits 5, 7, 460, 462, 463, 464, 465, 466, 467, 469, 470, 471, 472, 473, 474, 481, 685, and 686. Thank you.
Anywhere. Okay. Right, and all the evidence has been brought and placed back in court.
Thank you so much.
Right, we'll stand in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Jan.
Deputies, we do have a status hearing, well, Floyd, I guess we're not fast, I have a status hearing with 1:30 on a separate case.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be in session at 1:30, but it's on a separate case.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. Guilty across the board, really no shocker there. I would love to get a family reaction. Let me see if, let's see if we can get a press conference or at least family reactions. We'll stay here for a minute or two. So tomorrow, sentencing tomorrow. Let's see. We'll stay here for a minute. Why can't I? Okay. All right, so we'll just stay here for a minute. Maybe we can get a, yeah. Whatever. It would be nice if we get a, we'll see if we can get a statement from the yep, no, they're gonna end it. All right, hold on. We'll stay here for a minute. We'll stay here for a minute and see if we can get a statement from the family members or something along those lines. So not much of a shocker there, right, guys? Debbie asked, did Matthew know the family? He knew that they moved in. He knew that they moved in, but he did not know the family. And Jacob is 6 now. Yes, Jacob is 6 now. That's what I'm on 11 Alive. I'm on 11 Alive. They were also streaming it. So I think they're out of Atlanta. So I'm watching. They ended their stream. So just keeping an eye out. Court TV's not going anywhere, so they may have something. So we'll just stay here. We'll stay here for the moment. Let me see. Verdict reached. Watch live. Let me see if there's anything here. All right, they're saying they'll be right back, so they may get. Yeah, 11 Alive is Georgia. Yeah, I figured it's out of Atlanta, right? Seems like it's out of Atlanta. Yep, really not a shocker. No shocker there. I thought the evidence was pretty overwhelming. The casings matched. His weapon. There was glass on the bottom of his shoes, in his soles. He puts himself there. Oh, looks like they ended it. Shoot. So they ended their stream. He puts himself there at the time. His car is there. So it's pretty solid evidence. 11 Alive is out of Atlanta. Thank you, Daisy. What the Healer? 11 Alive, Fox 5 Atlanta, and WSB TV. Okay. You're watching for any lives for them. Thank you. Yeah, I'm on Court TV's website, and they're just saying we'll be right back. So they're obviously doing commercials, and it looks like they ended their feed. So. All right, so let's see. Now we'll just hang here for a minute or two. We're going to do an Ego Takes the Stand after this. So, so I'm going to take just a little bit of a break, like a half hour or so, and we'll come back with an Ego Takes the Stand. And they're going back to court. They may be letting people get together, may take a moment or two to get people sorted out. Before they do a press conference or usually it takes, 5-10 minutes or so. Bama, you love Ego Takes the Stand good because we're going to be doing a couple of them over the next couple of days. So glad you like that. Denise, thank you for your coverage of this trial. Have a great break. Thank you, Denise. He was straight something. I'm not sure where he was coming from, but something was going on with him. Itty Bitty, was he on medications? I think so. He was evaluated by several psychiatrists, so I think he was. I think he was on some medication. Wouldn't surprise me. Let me just put it that way. Would not surprise me. Uh, 13th juror, was he convicted for the other crime of breaking and entering and insulting the officer today? No, actually he was not. I thought that they were going to bring those two together, but he was not. These were all based on these were all based on the Hicks, the Hickses. So I thought that they were going to, but then it doesn't seem like they did. But Ms. Green was talking about it in her closing that they are all tied together. and they had to bring it in. They had to bring that in order, they could not leave it out. So even though there was those charges, I guess, are pending, and he's going to have to face those charges as well. It's kind of like Daryl Brooks, he's going to have to face those charges too at some point. I think I hear Polly. I heard somebody meowing. I'm not sure where she is. Lynn, the other charges were a different county, right? Yes, they were. Would it matter? They'll bring him. I mean, they're not going to let that slide. He attacked law enforcement. They're not going to just let that slide. So, yep, he's going to. I'm sure he'll go to trial. We see that often where, you do a crime in this county, you do a crime in that county. Well, look at Lori Daybell. She's sentenced to life. Two times over. 3 times over, and then they haul her down to Arizona, like in Idaho. They haul her down to Arizona, and she's sentenced there for two more crimes. So, yeah, they are not going to let that one. They're not going to let that one go. Meaning the attacking of the police officer. They absolutely will get him up for that. All right, I'm just watching Court TV Live, and they are just kind of rambling on as they do. Let's see if there's... So sentencing will be tomorrow. No PSI, no word about a PSI, nothing like that. All right, Hell Rider, you too, you taking off? Have a good one. Be safe. So sentencing is tomorrow. No PSI, which is pre-sentence investigation. Or pre-sentencing investigation, which looks at the mitigating factors, the aggravating factors. I guess they're not even, well, I wonder if anybody's going to come in and talk. All right, looks like we don't have anything going on as far as a press conference and or talking. If there is something that happens tonight, we'll show it tomorrow. All right, we'll make that deal. We'll make that deal. If something happens tonight, meaning if there's some kind of family speaks, we'll show that tomorrow. All right, you guys, I'm going to call it a day here. We're going to, we have a Ego Takes the Stand. So let me go ahead and get that sorted out. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, though. Just give me a moment. Get a redirect for you guys. Okay, there we go. All right, so all right. Now let me get a redirect here for you. So I'm going to take a little break. It's 1:30. I'm going to take a break till 2. And if you guys want to join us, that'd be cool. I'll set up a redirect so you don't have to do anything, and then I'll also drop the link in our description here. All right. Okay, so we're going to do an Ego Takes the Stand. It's going to be about 4 or 5 hours. It's Richard Merritt. So Richard Merritt. Next stream at 2 Eastern. All right. So here's the link for you guys. There's the link. So this is going to be at 2 o'clock. So I need a half hour. I got to shovel some food in my face, do a quick, do some graphics, and then we'll be live in a half an hour. So there's the link. I set up the redirect, so you should be good to go, but there's the link. So hopefully you won't have any issues getting over there. And just want to say with that, thank you for joining us. We will be covering the sentencing tomorrow at 10 a.m. And if I find any news of the family talking, I'll go ahead and we'll play that tomorrow. So we'll probably go on around 9:30 Eastern. So yeah, Abe, how dare I, right? How dare I eat? So join us tomorrow at 9:30 for the sentencing, and then we're going to take a half-hour break, and we're going to do an Ego Takes the Stand for the rest of the day. So with that, thank you for joining us, and thank you to our mods. Be sure to thank our mods on your way out. Thank you to Erin for putting together the graphics and doing all that she does on the back end. And we will see you either tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern, or we'll see you in a half an hour for another episode of The Ego Takes the Stand. And as always, I leave you with kittens. I got a little Super Ball here, a little Houdini over there. So thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in a little bit. All right, take care. Bye. Oh, nope, don't want to do that. Got to hit this one. Hit the right button. All right, here we go. See you guys. Bye.